show me arrival. Guys, I do see the vehicle. It's gonna be north side of the gas station. Oh, they're fighting. Hey, hey! Go ahead.
Apparently, this gentleman at a very high rate of speed almost ran into him. Not sure if he has a license or not. He might be driving without a license. We'll check in with him now and see and see if he has a license or not.
All right, so pretty much here what we have is an individual that was seen driving in a pretty careless manner. Long story short, upon conducting a stop on the individual, doing a records check on himself and his driving record, which he doesn't have one due to not being licensed. That
Please remain standing if you intend to testify in this proceeding. Please raise your right hand. Okay, do you swear to give the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And may I have the translator?
Please make sure your cell phones are on mute or vibrating. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Do you promise to translate, or do you swear or affirm that you will give testimony from Spanish to English, English to Spanish, to the best of your ability? Thank you. And then-
Buenas noches. Aquellas personas que necesitan ayuda con traducción inglés-español, por favor, este mensaje es para ustedes. Todas aquellas personas que tengan la intención de testificar sobre este o cualquier otro asunto, por favor, póngase de pie y levante su mano derecha. Si no se puede parar, solo levante la mano derecha. Jura o afirme solemnemente que el testimonio que está a punto de dar es la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad.
Do you swear or affirm that you will translate from Creole to English, English to Creole to the best of your ability? Thank you.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un dans la salle qui a besoin d'aide avec anglais? Non? OK, merci.
I'll call attendance for the Nuisance Abatement Board. Calling Chair Yvonne Bayona.
Here.
Thank you. Calling Vice Chair John Cunil. Calling Member Brenda Bedencourt. Calling Member Rick Madan.
Present.
Thank you. Calling Member Christy Tasker.
Present.
Thank you. Calling Member Keon Williams.
Present.
Thank you. Calling Member Martin Zilber. And calling Member Gustavo Chacon. Thank you. We do have quorum.
And just for the record, Vice Chair Kunil is traveling for work, so I'm requesting that the board make a motion to excuse him.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I also understand that Ms. Betancourt is traveling outside the United States, so again, I ask for the same motion for her.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Madam Chair, we have a new board member.
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
We would like to introduce our new board member, Mr. Chacon. He's from District 1, appointed by Commissioner Gavela. So please welcome him.
Welcome. Are we ready? Okay, good evening, board members. We're going to call the nuisance abatement agenda, 3 cases. First case is up for status on page 5. Property is 177 Northeast 68th Terrace. I have Officer Duclos here to provide testimony regarding the status of the board's order. Sir, could you Could you please state your name for the record?
Finley Duclos, the resource officer for the Little Haiti neighborhood.
Okay, and Officer Duclos, are you in charge of 177 Northeast 68 Terrace, that property?
That's correct.
Okay. To date, has that property been in compliant with all of the conditions of the board's order?
No, it has not.
And to your knowledge, the property has not been in compliance with the board's order over the last several meetings, correct?
That's correct.
Have any of the conditions been complied with regarding the board's order?
No,
And notice for today's hearing was posted and mailed as part of the city code?
yes, sir.
Okay. Based on the foregoing, the city would move the board to fine the property for $500 for today's failure and reset the matter for 30 days.
Do I have a motion?
Motion, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Well, question. Is,
What's the question?
me,
Oh, sorry.
we're asking for it to be reset for 30 days?
30
Why?
days to reset.
Sorry?
Why are we asking for it to be reset for 30 days?
Well, I reset for the next board hearing.
For the next board?
I don't know if it's 30 days, but
Well, in August, we're closed. We don't have.
Right.
hearing.
but we have July though, no?
We have July. So if
Right.
you do it before the 1st of August, we're good.
Well, the problem is there's jurisdiction on this property and it runs on July 26th. I think the next hearing is July 21st. So if we don't set it for July 21st, then,
You have to wait till September.
well, we won't be able to do anything in September because
Oh, okay.
jurisdiction will run.
Okay.
But-
So,
But my question is, why are we
Why?
resetting
Yeah.
to, like, why are we waiting until July 21st to do something about it that we can do now? Like, what is
Just
the,
wants
what's
to
The
know
the,
why
only, the only thing we can do now is find the property.
right?
So to reset it, it would require another board meeting, which is in July. Maybe I'm not understanding the question. When else?
He's
would-
just asking why you're not wanting the case to be heard today.
We did hear it today.
So that's it.
That's,
$500.
that's
No.
all we can do. We're
Right.
limited per the code. There's only a certain amount of things the city can do.
Okay, through the chair, my question to the attorney, is this a property that we have on our radar for any other issues? I know.
Tell you that, the director would be able to tell you. The question is this property address?
well, they're selling drugs in it.
One-
So
For
it's the same as
rezoning or
always.
anything else.
177 Northeast 68th
Yeah.
Terrace.
Because if we can't do anything on the nuisance side, what can we do on the code enforcement side?
So for the record, before the question came up, I'm trying to assist someone on a mitigation that just showed up and has
apologize.
no issue. So I apologize, but I was not prepared on a nuisance abatement. So staff is looking for it. Go ahead,
Right.
put it on the record.
What is the address?
It's 177 Northeast 68th Terrace.
But remember, we're not here based on violations
Understood.
of the code. We're
Correct.
here as,
Yeah, I'm just asking a
Right.
question. Yeah.
okay.
that's all.
It wants to know if there's any violations separate and apart from nuisance abatement.
Well, it's not on our list.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking.
We can't see it here on the TV.
You can't see it?
No, not on our TV. We would
Okay.
have to.
Yeah, we're not
We can't see it.
Let's
from-
ask IT to help you. Go back to the violations, Danny. Go back to the violations.
Okay, I can see it now.
The other way,
Notice of violation.
right there.
Failure to maintain exterior, parking, storage of inoperable and untagged vehicles, illegally keeping or harboring fowl or grazing animals, outside storage of miscellaneous materials, equipment, and or debris.
So this has been since February 9th, 2023.
The code violations, yes. Remember, this is
Yeah.
not, we're not
is-
ruling on
Correct.
code violations. We're ruling
There's
as far
been a
as that this
lien.
property is selling drugs.
Right. So there's a lien that is accrued to this day for 91,500.
It's running daily fines.
I want to withdraw my motion just so we can clarify what this actually is. So the city is basically asking the nuisance board, which we're in right now, for us to give you more time, correct? I mean,
No.
you're needing more time.
We don't need any more time. There's a order from the board that this property owner needs to comply with certain conditions. And we've been resetting every board meeting to make sure that the owner is in compliance. He's been non-compliant. So the penalty that we impose is a fine. As
Right.
far as any sort of code compliance with other various things that are going on in the property are separate and apart from what the nuisance abatement.
I'm
board
thinking
handles.
about the neighbors that are having to deal with this for over a year. And obviously our officer, I mean, it's occupying his time. So I'm just curious, as a board member, I'm curious why this has gone on for so long. At first, I'm looking at it thinking that it was February of 2024.
If I may, let me correct you. You're totally incorrect. If you look at page 6, the complaint says that December 2nd, 2022, you're confusing code enforcement with what the officer is here and the attorney is requesting today. So this property was basically visited by a detective back on December 2nd, 2022, because they're selling drugs.
Right.
So this has nothing to do with the
I
February
understand that.
2023.
I
This is
understand that.
prior. So
This is even,
This is
pri-
the
that's what
same-
I'm saying. It's
Can I finish,
going on
please?
longer.
Can I
Actually, you
finish?
interrupted me.
Can I
Excuse me.
finish,
You
please?
interrupted me
I was
before.
speaking. I was
And
speaking.
and actually,
Can
I
you
was
please?
speaking when you interrupted me.
I'm not
okay?
in here to get it with you. I'm here for you not to waste all these people's time. The nuisance, you've been
I'm here to
long
quit
enough.
wasting
Let
our
me finish
officers'
speaking.
time. Thank
You're
you
being
very much.
rude. What's happening is that we are in front every week or every other week. We have nuisance. This is nothing new to you. You should know this. You've been
Well,
here
let me tell you, that's
plenty
what
of
I'm,
time
that's what,
already.
that's the
Apparently,
reason
you're
we are
confused.
asking. Your fellow
So
board members
I
are
am
asking
trying to
as usual,
clarify-
and you're doing absolutely nothing but other than interrupting us, and everybody's sick and tired of it.
You know, you're being totally disrespectful. You need to stop.
You
need
actually,
to stop.
you
need to
actually
stop.
interrupted to
You need
begin with.
stop. You
We
need
were
to stop.
asking the
You
officer
need
a
to stop.
question.
I'm trying to help you. You're looking like a fool because you keep asking the same questions.
Wow.
I'm trying to help you and give you information. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to
Well, that
explain to
doesn't
you
look
that
like what you're
wrong.
trying to
You
do.
rule every week that you're here on the same thing, and you're asking questions like if you never heard this and you're not.
We don't have a nuisance abatement board every week, and every case
Whenever
is
we have
separate.
it, it's the same thing, and you vote on it the same way all the time. This is nothing different. You're complicating things, and I'm trying to
If I have
clarify.
questions before we make a vote, I'm going to ask the questions, whether you like it or not. And the more you interrupt, the longer this is going to
asked
take.
permission to talk. It's not that I don't like it. You talk whatever you want. I'm just trying to explain to you that you're confusing
I'm not
one thing
asking
with
you.
the other.
I'm not asking you the
So,
question.
Whatever.
I am asking our city
Whatever,
attorney
whatever.
why
You're
this
just
is.
totally confused. You're not even fit to be here. Honestly, you shouldn't even be here. Period. So, can we move on?
No, I've asked the city attorney a question because I'm concerned about the surrounding neighbors, because this has been going on, it looks like, for a very long time. And I'm concerned about why we are resetting cases while we have an officer here. I'm just curious why we keep bringing officers in when there's an obvious problem. What do we have to be able to do to move forward? Because I mean, I'm concerned about the neighbors. I mean, this is the neighbors are dealing with drugs.
Correct.
And we're just, I mean, I'm not the only one. I mean,
Correct.
I'm hearing correct from many of my board members, so.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to explain, and perhaps it's the misnomer of reset. We said it, and then we asked permission from the board to set it again, so that the officer can come back and report, and then it's another penalty. Is that correct?
Yes.
Through the chair, question. So I think we understand that. We understand there's a reset. We understand there's an assessment of $500. The challenge that we're having, at least I'm having, and I believe my board member agrees with me, is that in these neighborhoods, law enforcement does their part.
Yes.
We find the properties that are doing the drug dealing and stuff like that are destroying our neighborhoods, right? We bring them before a board that has an obligation to do something about it. And the only thing that we're being asked of today is to assess them a $500 fine, to reset it, to bring it back again for this officer again to report that nothing has been done. So we're trying to figure out what other tools do we have as a board under the current nuisance abatement board, because I know we're not in code yet.
Right.
But under the nuisance, what else are we allowed to do, or with the tools that we have? So we're not continuing to drag something like this out. In this case here, it's been since
Correct.
December of 2022.
So understood. And what I can tell you is we can bring back the provisions of the code. Obviously, you can always make a recommendation that the city commission file a lawsuit for injunctive relief.
Mhm.
And, move from that, perspective.
Mhm.
But police, this is one of the tools in the toolkit for
Mhm.
police officers. Obviously, they pursue criminal violations, but then we also try and make the property owner put up the signs that say police officers have the right to enter the premises as though they were the property owner, the trespass provisions. Also, there's different things that they require the property owner to do in order to curtail the flow of illegal and illicit drugs in the system.
And in this case here, they have not done any of that, to our knowledge, right? They have not put up the
No,
signage.
they've been non-compliant.
So that's what we're saying.
Yeah, so
They're
they're not going to be
non-compliant.
compliant. I mean, so it's obvious if they're not in contact with the officer, they're not going to be compliant. The officer's standing here. My concern is also for our police officers that are having to go out there continuously and the surrounding neighborhood. I mean, that's what we're here for, is to prevent that.
That's-
So
Trying to figure out what
I'm
else
just
can we
asking,
do.
what
That's all.
other options, what can the city recommend that we do other than continue?
Again, we are limited to by what the code allows us to do, which unfortunately at this point is really just to find them. We can initiate contempt proceedings, but that's another discussion. We're limited, we're handcuffed as to what penalties we can provide. And
Okay,
it's limited to financial.
so this is for the commission, so each of us should make sure that the commissioners themselves are aware of this particular case so that they can make a determination if you can move forward on it.
Correct.
Okay.
And thank you for the clarity on that. And Madam
Yeah.
Attorney, thank you for the clarity on that.
Thank you.
Because again, we're sitting here, everybody here is
You're
the taxpayer,
frustrated.
they're frustrated. And I can imagine people who live in the neighborhood who are not here, they're frustrated. They just may not express it in a way that to come in for this audience. So that's why I was asking about the code enforcement side, because maybe this is a property we need to flag ourselves. So when they try to come before us to say to get a mediation, for that amount that's currently sitting at 91,000, we can remember, nope, not that property. You had all these other issues going on.
Exactly.
So
Right.
that's what we're asking. What is in our toolbox? But again, this is under nuisance abatement, but we also just wanted some
Right.
clarity. So thank you for
Right.
that.
So
And Madam Chair, I
that's-
do
But all-
apologize.
Yeah, I know, but for you to be
And-
aware that all the nuisance cases that
Correct.
come before us with
Yeah.
a police officer and undercover detective, it's
Right.
he, as an attorney, he's telling you what we can do. There's nothing else we can do. This is not code enforcement.
Right.
It's
So
different.
the
So
other
that's
thing
why we
that,
rule the same.
and I can advise the director, Mr. Santos Arborna, to see if there can be a notation in the code enforcement file that there is a nuisance abatement case. You don't know what I was gonna say. It's a nuisance abatement case, that there was no compliance to curtail the flow of drugs. Have you seen any evidence of additional drug activity, or is that something you're not privy to be discussing at this point?
What I can say is, since the first warrant was served, we went back and we served the second warrant at the same location. We still have pictures that hang out at that location, that
That's
still
what I'm
live
saying.
there. So it's still a nuisance.
And that's what we're saying. It's still a problem in our neighborhoods.
Okay, so
Problem.
maybe to find.
So to the request, the answer is yes. And then you and I and perhaps law enforcement this is one that we need to look for alternative methods,
Yeah.
whatever they may be.
But also towards the issue of mitigation, I think
Correct.
that it is very important
Mhm.
that at the time that someone is asking you on a single family resident or a vacant parcel to mitigate to zero, that you be advised, there has been criminal activity there.
Correct.
This board continuously set them to appear before the board. They never showed, they never complied. Okay?
That is a
important.
perfect instance when following 16207, that
Correct.
you analyze that case on based on its merits. And here is, you have egregious factors to
Thank you.
consider. And at that time, you may say, mitigation request denied. This is a perfect one for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. 30 days, reset, $500 per diem.
What's that reset date?
Reset date within 30 days. The next.
Be July 21st, I think. I think our next.
The next
July
commission-
24th.
Oh, July 24th.
24?
Okay.
Okay. The next case is on page 45, property 60 Northwest 77th Street, Unit 2, 3, and 4. We're here for a status regarding a order that was issued previously. My understanding is the owner has, I'll report to you that the owner has complied with all the conditions. The only condition that was outstanding was the eviction of all the tenants of 1, 2, 3, and 4, which has been completed. So at this time, the city would move the board to terminate the complaint based on compliance.
To terminate what, I'm sorry?
Excuse me, terminate the order based on compliance.
Okay, this is the order on the address of 60 Northwest 77?
Yeah, this was the one where we had the issue with, on the agenda, it had 60 Northeast 64th Terrace. I don't know if it still remains, but the property is 60 Northwest 77th Street, Unit 2, 3, and 4, as an amended complaint.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Motion to terminate based on the city's recommendation.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion is terminated.
The final case, it's set for hearing. It's starting on page 197. The property is 128 Northwest 77th Street. The owner, Mr. Arne Bremer, is present. Sir, if you could just come up to the podium over there.
Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Arne Bremer.
Your address?
My address or the property
Your
address?
address.
My address, 610 Northwest, Michigan Avenue, apartment number 2 in Miami Beach, Florida, 33139.
Thank you.
Okay, does the board want to inquire whether or not Mr. Bremer wants to plead guilty to the complaint?
And what is it that we're hearing here? I'm lost for a minute.
Okay, there was a complaint filed on May 1st of.
But this is also for drugs?
Yeah,
Narcotics?
Yeah, the basis, it was two narcotic sales and a
Okay.
search warrant.
Guilty or not guilty?
So what?
Are you guilty or not guilty? As far as,
I am not guilty, but I heard the property is guilty.
Sir, as I explained before, the guilty, not guilty, it's you're pleading on behalf of the property, not you as an individual.
right, not you as an individual property.
Property, yeah.
So the property is guilty from selling narcotics?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. The complaint is based on two separate narcotic buys. In March of 2024, a CI went to the property to purchase fentanyl, one for $50, one for $40. About a week after the second purchase, there was a search warrant executed on the property. An individual was arrested for the narcotic-related offenses. The search revealed narcotics, guns, ammunition, drug paraphernalia. And so based on that, the city is recommending that the property meet with a neighborhood resource officer within 1 week, that the property remove all landscaping interfering with line of sight, the property execute a trespass affidavit within 1 week, install no trespass sign within 1 month, provide necessary and adequate lighting to ensure that the property is well lit, and finally, provide tenant roll with vehicle information and tag numbers, and would be requesting a reset for, well, we'll do 30 days. The
Is
first,
there a daily fee? A daily fine?
no,
No daily fine at this time?
no, not at this
Okay,
time.
but they need to comply with all this within a week from today?
No, they need to comply with certain things within a week, which would include meet with the neighborhood resource officer and the trespass affidavit.
Okay.
The other stuff is within a month, and then by the next board hearing. Unless there's a reasonable excuse, we'll address it at that time.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
Motion to move as city stated.
Second.
Is there anything you'd like to say, sir, regarding this matter? No?
I got nothing to do with this, no.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Can we reset it for the July? Okay.
July 24th?
July 24th, yes.
And that completes the nuisance abatement.
This concludes the nuisance abatement, so now we're moving to code enforcement. Do I have a motion to finish the nuisance abatement?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that is all the contact I have had with her.
Thank you.
May I
Thank you.
respond?
Sure.
I do believe there's been 3 historical submissions through the course of the process of this. In addition to the request of the structural engineer, they have tried to comply with everything. And, I understand getting access and it's only by a tech person, but in previous dealings with the city and the code, I've never had someone tell me they can't tell me what the open issues are over the phone, so I could just note them. So at least I know what I'm dealing with. So that was where my comment came from. I couldn't even get any information. I'm not asking her to give me access if she can't, but normally when I've called a code compliance officer or a code compliance department with a city, they've had no problem going over the open issues. And I understand your frustration. Listen, I'm just coming on and I'm sure it's very frustrating to see something be neglected. I know that she did take action in 2022 to demo the building, and that's how this whole process started. So for the last 2 years, she did hire somebody to do the process.
What happened to the other 8 years prior to that?
I don't have any.
That's what I'm saying. That
Yeah,
is
I
that's
can't
the point.
attest
You
to
know what I
that.
mean? I
Can we
understand.
move this forward?
understand.
So,
Take an action. Let's move it forward.
Okay.
Is there anything else? Is there someone else that'd like to speak? And
My name's Bob Powers. I live at 565 Northeast 66th Street. I created that historic district back in 2007. It took us 3 years to create that historic district. It's the largest historic district in the city of Miami, the second largest inside the city, the county of Dade County, and one of the largest in the state of Florida. That owner not only knew their home was a historic property, but has gone out of their way to not take care or maintain that property. After repeated attempts to contact, we have people who will buy that property from them. They don't have to deal with this ever again. Okay, I'm going to be very clear with you. We do not want that property ripped down. That house is one of the few houses that is completely the way it was built. Okay, and that block is pretty much completely the way it was built. One house came down and it was burned down. All the rest of the houses on that block are all the way they were built. On the years that they were built, those properties were vacant if there was nothing on them. Okay, so that's what we try to do with historical integrity. And I got news for you. Any building can be put back together. I don't care what any engineer says. Any building can be put back together and can be saved. And I got news for you. At $350 to $400 a square foot to build something new, they couldn't build that house today. They couldn't build it today. So I'm here to advocate for something that has no voice, which is the building itself. And I live on that street. And if any of you have any questions about historic preservation, feel free to contact me, okay? I sit on the HEP board. I've been on many boards in this city. People in this town go out of their way to not take care of their properties, and it's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous how they hold whole neighborhoods hostage for bullshit, absolute bullshit. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. That house has looked that way since those people have bought that house. It did not look that way before 2014.
I believe
people lived there. There was a family that lived, a Haitian family lived there for years and years and years. I can't remember their names to save my soul. But I'm going to tell you something. It's malarkey when they come before this board and want you to say, okay, it's all right to knock it down. No, it's not. It's absolutely not all right to knock. That should be the last resort, not the first. And if you don't want the property, you don't want to take care of it, put a for sale sign on front of it and we'll sell it for you. End of story. But this is malarkey when they come before you guys and want you to do their dirty business for them because they didn't do the right by the neighborhood. Okay? So that's all I got to say. If you got any questions, feel free to give me a phone call. They've got my number.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
passion
Let
and
me
preservation.
just go back to my recommendation.
guilty, 5 days, 15,000, irreparable harm, and $500 a day, which I
No.
think is too low.
Right.
think it should
So
be higher.
I just saw that it's in LLC, and based on the testimony, nobody's living there, so it's not somebody's home or single or homestead property. So we're requesting guilty, 5 days, $1,000 a day, $15,000 irreparable harm.
I have
Is
another question.
15,000 the most that we can
Yes.
Fine then?
That's
Okay,
what I was
that's
gonna ask.
on the
Most.
first time violation.
Do I have a
I'd like to-
motion?
I'd like to-
Motion.
Motion, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Guilty, 5 days, $15,000 irreparable harm, and $1,000 per diem per fine after the 5th day.
I'd like to announce the arrival of member Martin Zilber.
Good evening, Melanie. We're a little bit of an impasse because at 6 o'clock, we had a time certain short-term vacation rental, or case is over, thank you. We had a short-term vacation rental, time certain, and we also have a repeat violation. Also short-term vacation rental. So I am gonna go with our process, which is here, the repeats and the life safety first, and then we'll go to the second one. Apologies to one of the attorneys, I told him 6 o'clock, time certain.
Okay, so
So
advise me which one is the repeat violation.
1200. Mr. Encinosa?
What page is that?
What page?
What page?
So
It's on
this
the-
is seen in the code check agenda. The address is 1200 Northeast 87th Street, case number 000-94624, page 19, address 1200 Northeast 87th Street.
Members of the board, after we present our case and there's counsel, there's also members, adversely impacted neighbors for the next two cases that I would like very much for you guys to hear from.
Good
If-
evening.
If the neighbors, I'm sorry, if the neighbors could come and stand behind the inspector.
For the 1200. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Ian Bachakov. I'm an attorney with Ackerman LLP at 98 Southeast 7th Street here on behalf of the alleged violator.
Guilty or not guilty?
I'm not ready to make.
Well, it's
one
got to
way or
be
the
either
other.
guilty or not guilty.
Well, not guilty.
Okay.
Not guilty. We'll let the city present its case.
Do
We'll
you,
come back to you.
do you want to present your situation before?
Yes,
Okay,
I-
so that we may respond accordingly.
I
Go ahead.
appreciate that. Yeah, before the city presents their case, I would like to note that, and this is all something I learned just now from speaking to the inspector and director of Santos Alborna. My client had another attorney that had been representing him on this matter through since it was originally issued. He had to back out of the case due to conflicts with the city once they became made clear just like a couple weeks ago. So I was brought in last week for the first time, got the files, still haven't had a chance to review the city's files, the evidence in the case. I'm not fully prepared to make my arguments, and I would request a continuance to the next Code Enforcement Board hearing so that I can get the files, review them, and bring this back. And I have to make that request because.
No.
Correct. So members of the board, and I asked Ian, and I'm going to put your last name, Ian, so I'm not going to. What he just said is accurate. You are going to remember when Mr. Co-Compliance Inspector Encinosa presents his case. You're familiar with it. It's at 1200.
Yeah, we know it.
The neighbors were here to testify at that point in time.
Yep.
What council has reflected is also accurate. It may be unfair to him, but it's also unfair to the neighbors. And what's unique about this case is that we're traveling down the path of a repeat because the links, as he will provide testimony, were taken down and put back up and another event happened. And so we have support evidence to that effect that puts council at a very disadvantaged situation, but we have a job and a duty to follow up on that. So wanted to put that on the record.
But do you recommend a continuance? Because there's no reason to hear everything if we're not going to take action. I think
You
we
can
should deal with that
recommend it.
first.
It's up
I
to
do
us
not.
if we want it.
I do not.
I just wanted to know if you recommended it.
Right. No.
So based on the history, and it's unfair to council, but here we have a use violation, repeat use violation. As opposed to a construction work without permits that takes longer for permits, etc. This is almost by choice. And they're playing games, cat and mouse.
Correct.
Whack-a-mole.
So they remove a link and put another one.
And it was set special, you said.
I'm sorry?
This was one of the two that was set
So,
special?
no, it is not. We have another repeat that we had time certain, but I didn't know about nuisance abatement. So I told the individual 6 o'clock, repeats go first. This has been my practice for a while. So Without further ado, you guys can make a decision and then we'll
I
be
have
ready
a
to
question.
proceed.
Isn't this a property that was in a cul-de-sac with a pool and you lived right by it? And
No.
you came like a couple of months ago?
Yes,
All right,
your
on the
son's
same
I'll
right
make a motion to hear the case.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Okay,
All right.
okay.
No, well, okay,
Okay,
we're gonna hear
okay.
it. That's fine,
We're
we're gonna
ready.
hear it.
Good evening,
Inspector.
Eric Encinosa, Co-Compliance After Hours. Initially, the first complaint was January 28th. I had one short-term rental link, definitive nightly rates, had about a dozen others that were monthly, and they said short-term, allegedly. You know, it's very sketchy. That case was heard April 4th. They had 5 days to comply. They did an extension of time request, so the extension of time was for 6/6. I remember, 4/4/6/6. So during that time, after the 5-day extension, I found 3 more short-term rental links with nightly rates. The attorneys at the time that I was working with were talking to the director. This was all Microsoft Teams meeting. The director said, well, look, if you can make a reservation, then we're going to consider that that's, you know, it's not good. So I made a reservation. I didn't pay for it because obviously I'm not going to spend $16,000 to pay for it, to prove it. But you can see on that particular link, it says nightly starting from 6,800. There's numerous ones. So those 3, the property owner requested it. I got permission from the director to provide him with the links to make it more expeditious and not have to go through the public records request. They complied those links. I tried to wait a little while because I tend to find another one. After 2 weeks, they kept sending emails. Can you confirm compliance? Can you confirm compliance? Okay. May 29th, I shut it down. I closed the case.
You closed the case.
Issued an affidavit of compliance. June 3rd, I'm sitting in the director's office. We're meeting on another case, different matter. Police call the director requesting assistance at this location. I canceled that meeting. He sent me there. Senior Inspector Randy Caesar was already there. We're waiting. The gentleman with the lease, his name's Alex. He's here on the other side. He'll testify. We encountered him. We spoke to him by body cam. He told me he was not doing short-term rentals. I'm like, okay. I asked him a couple of questions like, if you live here, you know, he's making allegations about the next door neighbor who wants to complain as well. And I'm like, do you have any of that on video? He said no. And I told him, okay, I'm going to go and do some investigations, but I might be back to site. So I made contact with him. I saw him face to face. Later on that night, I got a short-term rental link with his picture as the host doing short-term rentals. It's in the evidence files there, which you can pop up, and it has nightly rates. There's one particular screenshot of the calendar where it says like Monday to Friday is 4,000 a night, and then the weekends are 5,500. And it says he does luxury rentals, luxury vacation rentals, and he has, according to that website, 73 villas. So that was June 3rd. June 4th, the next day, Mr. Zagelbaum, the
Okay,
owner.
but slow down and
Sorry.
explain, when he said 73 villas, is it throughout the city of
Throughout
Miami?
the city, yes. Yes, I was going to go into more detail once the screenshot was up, but there's a couple in Miami Beach. That one particularly right there, that's the one that tells you nightly rental 4,000. It's labeled as via Ipanema, which the first links for the first case, that's what it was listed as. So there's a couple of other screenshots in there where it shows you the calendar and it shows you all the different listings. I took a screenshot that shows the picture of Alex. It's not huge, but Inspector Caesar and I can verify that's the picture of him. And then at the time, the daytime inspector, the supervisor, Mr. Daniel Sierra is there. He saw him. He made contact with him. He had him on body cam as well. So that says, it says there, short-term rental, luxury short-term rentals there. His properties, different places. So for that one, I found a listing for that property. So that was the night of June 3rd. I did a joint inspection with another inspector who went with me. June 4th, the following day, Mr. Zagelbaum contacted me. Said he wanted to get the link to try to close it down. I waited until I got the director's approval. I gave him the link on June 6th. I had court that day as well. June 7th, the link was deactivated. So the owner got the tenant to deactivate the link within 24 hours. So that just seemed a little too convenient. But then I wasn't going to close the case. I issued it as a repeat. And Mr. Zagelbaum, the owner, okay, that screenshot right there shows you the nightly prices. Mr. Zagelbaum requested a Microsoft Teams meeting. We got the Microsoft Teams meeting June 17th. We all met. He wanted confirmation that the link had been complied. That particular day, yes, the link was complied, but I didn't want to shut the case down. Immediately after the Microsoft Teams meeting, I found 2 more short-term rental links, nightly prices. And on the bottom right-hand corner of the screenshots that I took off the laptop, there's date and time. And
I think at this time, I'd like to.
Ms.
have
Kalis is the neighbor. She would like to speak as
Okay,
well.
wait. Inspector, did you provide me with your file in this case?
Yes.
And what we've marked as Exhibit A are the printouts of the listings for short-term rentals, as well as the calendar that you were just testifying about, correct?
Yes.
And and you also have photographs of cars and other vehicles on the property that don't belong to the property owner, correct?
I'm not sure if I have pictures of vehicles in there or not.
You do.
Let me see it real quick.
Page through it.
It's on the screen.
I know what picture you're referencing. That was basically the day of the joint inspection. So you see a police vehicle, you see code vehicles, you see vehicles parked in the street. That's, yeah, there was no violation for that. It's just to show that that day that I responded with police.
Okay, and when you responded with police, did you have a body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And what did you record?
I recorded my interaction with Mr. Alex Teffel, who said he had a long-term lease, but the Supervisor Sierra had a separate incident where he met with him where he had rented out the property to other people for 31 days. So he can testify to that separately.
Okay. And what we've marked as Exhibit B are the records from the property appraiser, which identify the corporate entity that owns the property, correct?
Yes.
And what we've marked as Exhibit C are the notices and summonses required by Florida law, correct?
Yes.
We'd like to introduce A, B, and C into the record. Okay, if we could hear from the neighbors.
Can I ask a question to the chair before he goes? Thank you. Yeah. Did you, since the last violation, have you been to the property and seen someone renting the property? I assume that the neighbors are going to testify to that, but I don't know. But have you seen anybody actually renting the property, not the ads on the internet?
I haven't spoken to anyone telling me, yes, I'm renting the property, but the night that I posted the violation, I saw people there.
Well, we'll ask the.
What does people there mean? What do you mean you saw? You didn't talk to them?
People that Alex, the gentleman who had the 1-year lease, said were his friends.
That's what he said.
Yes.
Without him there, he was there also.
Yeah, and they were renting.
But he was saying his friends were renting.
Yeah.
Are they still, are they still showing or advertising in any of
There's 2 links that are still listed as active.
As of today?
Yes. Immediately after my meeting on June 17th, they would be the ones with a timestamp that would say June 17th.
So as of today, they're still
The link is still active.
One of them is Dream Villas.
Yeah, may I ask? I just have one question.
Yeah.
Is it a short-term rental violation to rent for 31 or more days?
If it's a transit zone, it cannot be.
Well, it's not allowed in that transit zone at all.
Right.
No type of rentals.
Oh, so even if it's over a month, it's still deemed.
Yeah, the short-term rental is always debatable, but the use not allowed in zoning district, that one's clear. That's a T3.
Oh, no,
T3s,
no.
you can't do that.
I understand short-term rentals are not permitted in the single-family resident. What I'm asking you is a rental of 31
No.
days or more
When it's in
deemed
a
a
transit
short-term
zone,
rental?
It is not.
It's not.
So what's the minimum time? A year?
So this
It has to be a year.
violation would be for anything less than a 30-day rental.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. And following up on his question, you were able to see from the calendars that you were able to print what was advertised for those days and whether the individuals that were there were actually staying for 30 days or paying for the nightly rentals.
Yeah, the link on the website, one of them has a screenshot where it even says, if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, it says 4,000 times 3 nights. That's what they have it set it to, is a minimum 3-night rental.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, welcome back.
Good evening. Please
Thanks.
state your name and address.
Yeah, the last time, the address is 1250 Northeast 87th Street. So directly.
Your name?
Oh, it's Ashley Kalis. I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
Ashley. Okay.
We're directly on the side yard next to the other, the neighbor where it's a problem. So I know we talked a lot about links last time. I was really optimistic and very grateful that it seemed like the board took this very seriously. And I actually believe it was 3 days because we were counting down the days for compliance. And on the third day, an extension was filed last minute to push it out. And immediately afterwards, almost every single weekend, we've had to deal with additional rentals. We know the property. We're there with our family. We know the people that are there. These are strangers. These are new people that generally check in on Thursday and check out on Sunday. I've met some of them. Some of them are very pleasant and very nice. Other ones are a little not. I understand apparently that person who is now more present, but I didn't know before, he's not the owner, Alex, is now I'm the problem, and I'm the mean one. The reality is we just wanted to stop. And, we had a nice person who was renting over the Formula 5 or whatever weekend. I'm sorry, I'm not in that.
Formula One.
I'm sorry, I'm not into sports, as you can tell. And we have started to say things to people because it's so disruptive. We said, this is not a short-term rental. It's disturbing our community and ruining our neighborhood. And we're, generally polite. Some people tell me I paid top dollar. I don't care. Other people are nice. In the Formula One thing, it was executives from an airline. They felt bad. They brought us a bottle of champagne. They apologized. They were decent people. But we deal with this every week. Sometimes we deal with the people with security guards that are lookouts. And then on the side yard, we hear, people leave music on and they go to the clubs till 5 a.m, or they bring the club back. The issue, and I've said this to the owner, and I guess this individual who's very angry because he started to yell at me, Alex, who owns a short-term rental company, that is the business that he is in. His voter registration is not at this property or any of the others that are involved in this. That we just wanted to stop. If he would like to move there, he is welcome to move there, and we would welcome in the neighborhood. We're not angry at him. It's just such a disturbance. It's a very large house with very small setbacks. And it's like as much as they can rent it. Now, when I talk, and I'll stop, when I talk about fines and irreparable harm, I appreciated you $15,000 last time and gave them 3 days to complain, or to comply, I'm sorry. 3 days to comply. And we thought that was going to be it. And then, but what I would like to say is they're renting this out for $4,000 a night. Some places we saw $6,000 a night.
Or more.
And I think I told you last time, we were told this is the cost of doing business. So when you think of finding this individual, I would just ask if it's appropriate to understand that we have been dealing with this. I think it's almost a year. Is it? Because we didn't complain at first. We called the owner and said, please stop. We want to be neighbors. Please stop. And we didn't complain for months. And it's been a long time. I don't believe that they're going to stop, but I would like, because now it's a new attorney, then it's an extension. Then probably when you find him guilty, you'll probably go to court and try to get it done. But my request of the board is to do what's appropriate and also think of the impact. We have a real problem in this neighborhood with these houses that are being built for the purpose of short-term rentals, which makes it unaffordable for our family because we had to spend more money to put down in a house that is artificially inflated. Our property taxes go up and we can't even get peace and quiet. So he's less verbose than I am, but I would say, please consider this situation.
Right.
I can tell you, because I've talked to the individuals, there are footage of it. I don't know what the thing is with leases and whatever they're trying to do with, like, hey, I have a lease and then I'm going to short-term rent it. Abe is the owner of this property. He's a registered agent. I don't know is he hired by you?
Abe is the owner of the property and he's the one who hired.
And you're representing him, right?
I represent the entity that owns.
Right, the entity, he's a single member LLC with multiple other ones like that do the exact same thing in my neighborhood. So yes, he's a single member LLC, Abe. So what I would say is, this is a person who wants to own hotels and is willing to ruin neighborhoods in order to do it. And he doesn't care about my children. He doesn't care about my family. He doesn't care about this process. And I ask that you reflect that in your decision about what is appropriate and what is fair to fine him.
If I may
Thank you.
ask you a question
Ms.
before you go.
Galos, just so that you understand, Florida statutes caps the amount of fines on a daily basis.
Correct.
And we can now recommend a higher amount because it's a repeat violator. But our hands are tied to the
$5,000 a day from
No.
the first time of the violation, correct?
from the
Yeah.
citation.
Which is January.
Not the first violation. When
From-
the repeat was cited,
Correct.
we would ask the board to do it retroactive back to that first citation.
Do what you can and what is legal, because what I would say is do not deviate from process on this, because I will be right back here in another few months. So do not deviate from process. Do not do anything to give them an excuse to run into court and to delay it.
Ms. Kayla, so we're not going to deviate from process one way or the other.
I appreciate
Okay.
that, but I'm saying I support that, and it's very disruptive. But here's the thing, he got a continuance for months to allow that $1,000 a day fine to run so that he didn't have the repeat violation. Do you see what I'm saying? This is a game.
I have a question for you. What was the last time that you witnessed the property was rented? Was it last weekend?
Well, we have started to actually not stay on the weekends, but it was a few weekends ago. We've actually had to change our life a little bit. We're fortunate in that we do have another property in the Keys, so we moved our children. We started doing that because it's so disruptive and there's nothing you guys can do. But it was a few weeks ago. It was the exact weekend that you cited him the first time. And I remember it because it was so shocking that they couldn't even keep it together. Like, what do you need to comply? Just stop.
Well, he's
stop.
still advertising it, so.
Yeah,
as of today,
I'm sorry,
he still has it.
I just tell your Abe, he's not, I know he's an LLC, but he's a person. Please stop disrupting our family life.
Thank you. Good evening. Please state your name and
Yeah,
address.
yes, I'm Dr. Jeff Weinsweig.
Address, sorry, address? Your address.
1250 Northeast 87th Street.
Thank you, Doctor.
Immediately adjacent to the property we're talking about. I'm a very busy surgeon. I'm also the father of 3 young sons. Okay, so I protect my patients by performing excellent surgery and not doing so while I'm tired. Right? I protect my sons by preventing them from being exposed to debauchery and to inappropriate behavior that we've seen week after week after week at this property. Okay, so this needs to change. All right, we've seen strippers, we've seen scantily clad women, we've seen people smoking marijuana in our driveway. This is despicable behavior. This is listed as a repeat violation, right? It should be listed as a repeat after repeat after repeat after repeat violation because the owner is simply incorrigible. He simply is incorrigible. He will not change, okay? Giving somebody like that an extension is also an inappropriate move because all you're doing is allowing him additional time to secure more rentals, all right, which the code people and Ashley have identified. This will not change, all right? This is disruptive to communities, this is disruptive to families, and this is disruptive to individuals, such as myself and my sons. It makes us very, very angry to have this behavior in our neighborhood or in any neighborhood across this, this great city and this great state. This is despicable behavior. That I feel very strongly, if you can't tell, right? I'm very serious about what I do. I've written 6 textbooks, run a department, I've done a number of things in my field, and I don't want these people keeping me up on a Sunday night when I'm trying to rest for surgery Monday morning, okay? Or my sons being exposed to behaviors that are completely derelict, despicable, and inappropriate.
So, doctor, let me answer one part of that. When the respondent requests for an extension, as part of due process, we need to allow them to come and request, and our position will be to be denied. But we have to provide fundamental due process all the way through. The same way that we just advise Ms. Kalis that we will stay within the parameters. We can't exceed the fines. If we put fines of $30,000 a day, that will get thrown out by the court and we lose the whole case.
And then if he files, we will make a recommendation to the board, 3 days. If he files for an extension of time, we will recommend that the board deny it, and it will be retroactive to June 3rd when he was cited for this repeat.
So,
I appreciate that, and I do respect the process. I wasn't implying that I don't.
no, I know.
I do. But the purpose of the process is to evaluate a situation that's been subjected to that process.
Correct.
And now you see the result of having provided that extension.
Correct.
Right.
What did
That's
we do the
result.
first time? What was the repeat violation? What was our recommendation?
15,000.
So it's 15,000
No.
irreparable,
There's no
$5,000 a day.
She hasn't made a recommendation.
But that was, no, before I'm
Oh,
asking.
yeah.
The first time
On what date?
was,
Do we know the date?
I get the
I
file
will tell you,
for-
the first time was $1,000 a day.
It was in May.
Okay.
May 29th, he closed the case. The inspector closed the case.
Correct.
So it was in May.
That's correct.
And they violated that, right? So don't they owe those particular?
That those fines are in place along with the irreparable. I
Now we're
believe.
going
I
up,
don't-
5,000 a day.
Right. I just wanted to know what happened before. That's all.
Okay, so after counsel presents his case, we're going to be requesting guilty, 3 days, $5,000 a day, retroactive, and starting from June 3rd, when when the property owner was cited, as well as another irreparable harm fine of $15,000.
How can you give 3 days and be retroactive?
Right, so that's an amendment that.
3
we can make.
days to cut, to take down the.
We are doing the fines retroactive to the first date that we identified. It's
All right, so just
You can't do both. One or the other. You got to pick.
guilty, $5,000 a day, back to June 3rd.
Perfect.
And $15,000
Irreparable.
irreparable harm.
Yes.
Do I have a motion?
A motion for $5,000 a day.
You want to make a motion
wait,
before
wait,
he
wait,
gives his? We got to hear from him first.
You need to hear from the attorney.
I thought he already spoke.
No.
Go ahead.
You got to prove
If
his
you
case.
got more to say.
I do thank you, and thank you for hearing them out and for hearing me out. I appreciate everything that's been presented before you, and I'm not here to anger anybody, and I feel for any nuisances that are created by anything that's going on. But like they said, there is a procedure. We're here to follow that procedure to make sure everything's done the right way.
Correct.
As a board, you know the process works.
Yep.
And that's why we're here, to go through the process. Code officer gets a complaint, goes out, issues a violation. The violation, we're here today, not because he issued a violation, but because we appealed. My client appealed the violation. And the argument I'm about to make is why we appealed that violation. So understanding everything that they've said, I don't want to go to that. I want to present to you what I have, my evidence, my case, based on the procedure and based on what the case law is and what it says about this type of violation. First and foremost, what I've heard and what was presented into evidence is that the main piece of evidence is the listing, the online listing. And I see it. It speaks for itself. I've heard the next piece of evidence was photos of vehicles parked in front. Communications with Alex, the tenant who's here, and if you want to hear from him or ask him questions, he'll speak as well as the notices that were sent over. My understanding is that was the extent of everything that's been produced as far as evidence on behalf of the city, in addition to the testimony by the neighbors.
Right, so what's been introduced is the entire file on this particular new set of violations, which includes all the listings as well as the observations of the officer. He testified that he had body cam.
Yes.
As well as the records of the property appraiser and all the notices and summonses required by Florida law.
Has the board seen that body cam footage?
No, but I have a question. What are the two websites that he still has advertising right now? This
I think
property
one was-
has his attorneys here
At this
representing
very
today.
moment, it's on travelwithaspect.com. I can
Correct.
find it very easily.
That one, I believe that's one, and if it says June 16th on the bottom, that's one of them, vacation cottages. That has the
It's
nightly
on
rate.
numerous
It
sites.
reroutes to Verbo, and it's a 7-bedroom house in Siebold.
Oh, it's the same house. We could see
Yeah,
it.
it's
But I
same-
wanted to
same
know, like,
photos.
because I understand that
They
you're
know they don't.
preparing yourself and all this, but, your client is laughing at our system and they're laughing at us. Because if you come here today
We know.
to tell us that you're going to present a case which you're not prepared,
Well,
and your client still has the audacity to have the property listed in two different websites right now, I mean, really,
So again, I'm here to
Present.
preserve my client's rights and to defend him before this board.
Right.
And as he explained it to me, and again, this is up to you to believe, and he's not here right now to, yeah. He explained to me, a lot of the listings were taken down, that he found them, they were taken down. The listings that remain, the way he explained it to me, is that they're used as leaders to lead people who want that property, to tell them it's not available because they can't rent it, to lead them to other properties that they have for
Really?
rental in areas where it is legal. So, be that as it may, because I see
So
you
so
here.
he's
You admit
committing
that's a
fraud.
violation? Do you
No.
admit that leading it on as a leader
No,
is a violation?
Well, that is a violation.
The advertisement,
asking him.
the advertisement is not a violation. There's
That's
nothing in
false
the city
advertising.
code. There's nothing in the city code that says you cannot advertise.
No,
Not
it's
an
actually, it's
Airbnb.
actually United
Wait,
States called,
let's ask the
it's
city.
false
Is
advertising.
that true? Can you not advertise?
You
Is
cannot
that allowed?
advertise, you cannot advertise I'm in advertising, I can tell
So
you.
you're
You
going to
cannot
answer the question for me
you-
instead of the city attorney?
Yeah, I'm
Let's
sorry.
have the city attorney answer.
Can we ask the city attorney?
So
Can you advertise or not?
You can advertise and the city can use the evidence
To present its case.
to present its case.
So
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
If you advertise, but you never rent it out, is that a violation? I know you can use it as evidence towards saying we believe you're renting the home because it's advertised. It's not my question. Guys, I really like to ask the question and get an answer without
Try to
everybody
rent it now.
interrupting.
You're gonna get out.
We're doing it again.
Online, that you
So
have your
again,
computer.
if you advertise, I own a home, whatever this address is, and I decide I want to advertise on Airbnb and 5 other places, but I never rent it out. I just want to advertise it because I think it's going to be a marketing tool, whatever. Is that a violation? Yes or
Okay.
no?
It is a violation under Florida statutes. It's called false advertising.
Thank you, that's what I was trying to tell you,
Is it a
Judge.
code violation?
Yes, it's
I would
actually,
not
it's
be
actually
able
a
to
United
tell you.
States
You're both
violation.
talking at the same time, and I.
Well, the
can't-
question was posed to me, so I'm trying to.
I'm awaiting my booking confirmation via itinerary 38668216522979.
How many
And
days?
And it will not get
How many
confirmed
days?
because it's a
Booked for
short-term
2
request.
guests. $15,000 with an $850 cleaning fee, $1,950. Wonder if they're paying that to the city, for a total of $17,800.
So is it being?
So
he's
try again. If you advertise and you don't rent it out, is it a code violation? Yes or no?
If you advertise a
I'm not
false
asking
product.
you. I'm not asking you. City attorney.
Again, counselor, I can tell you whether or not it's an explicit code violation.
Okay.
What I can tell you is that it's a statutory violation.
Through the chair,
Okay.
Madam Chair? Because
Yes.
I don't want to go, we need to go back and forth on this. Clearly, we can see there's a game. Even if you advertise it and you don't confirm the link, we're getting to the semantics of it all. I mean, if that was the case, you could put a different address up there with the same picture. You don't have to list the actual address in the city of Miami, in the transit zone that says you cannot do that. So we're arguing semantics here. He's going to go down this rabbit hole and ask us to get confirmations on this, that, and the third, and it doesn't make any sense because like I just pointed out, he could change the address altogether and use the exact same false advertised picture to rent a house out when they call and say that property is not available, picture, not address, is not available, but we have these.
I just want to lay the facts that aren't going to be easily appealable. That's all.
I
don't want to do.
I agree, but we're going down a
I don't want
rabbit
to make
hole.
our penalty based on advertising if that's not a violation. Make our penalty based on the testimony that the place is rented. Speak to the renters. I just don't. I mean, I used to see the appeals, right? So I don't want to see us make a recommendation that is easily changed because we did the wrong thing.
Members of the board, Judge, you know that the process that you are faced with is our burden of proof based on preponderance of evidence. So one drop of water in the bucket doesn't do it.
Correct.
But there comes a time that enough water, enough drops do it. Your job is that if we have presented evidence before you that is equal, and I put a feather additional based on the preponderance of evidence, not clear and substantial, preponderance.
I agree.
Your job is to adjudicate.
So why don't we ask, or if not, I'll just do it. The tenant, who apparently is here.
No, he's not the tenant.
He's the tenant.
No,
company.
Under
He
oath?
rents the
He's the
73
tenant.
Under
buildings.
oath?
No,
No.
he's the tenant,
He's
under
the-
oath.
He's the tenant, and I
Yeah.
can present
So,
the lease into
I'd like
evidence
to
with
bring him
his
up,
name
and I'd like
on
to
it.
bring him up and ask him some questions.
And before you do, may I?
No, I'd like to ask him some questions. Thank you. And then you can continue.
And how long is the lease for?
Well, let me.
Well, let him ask the
let-
question.
let's-
Are you going to do the
let-
cross-examination?
I'm happy to do it, but
Okay.
have him introduce himself, do his thing.
Here we
yeah.
go. City of Miami Court
evening.
live. There
How
we
are you
go.
guys?
Hi,
Name
name
and
and address?
My name is Alejandro Tefel,
Address?
1200 Northeast 87th Street, Miami, Florida 33138.
How are
Okay.
you?
I'm sorry?
How you doing? Good?
I'm doing well. How are you
Okay.
doing?
So you have a lease of this current property? And how long is the lease for?
For January 31st to January 23rd to December 23rd.
January 23rd to December 23rd?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's under a year, or it's right at a year. And have you ever leased it to other people while you're there?
I have one time, yes.
So you have violated you just basically admitted to one violation right there. When did you lease it? Doesn't matter if it's over 30 days. It
It's
has to be
illegal.
under a year. It has to be over a year.
That's
And
the
you've only
problem.
leased it out one time.
Not even for a year. When it's in a transit zone, he cannot rent it
At all.
as an Airbnb.
I thought,
all.
no, not as an Airbnb, but you can rent it for over a year,
For
right?
over a year, not
Over
under.
a year.
Do you have a driver's license?
I do.
What
Can I see
address
the
is on-
lease? Can we see the lease? Because
What
I can make a
address-
lease and backdate it.
Yeah, I was going to present the lease.
Yeah.
What address is on your driver's
I
license?
was under the impression that you can rent for over 31 days.
Please?
Well, you may have been under the
I'll pass it
impression, but
around.
your impression was wrong. What address is on your driver's license?
My old address,
What's your old address?
930 Northeast 108th Street.
Why?
So have you changed your registration? Have you changed your license? Do you know if you
I changed some utility bills, yes.
So you may want to hire your own attorney soon, right? Because you're living in a place where you haven't changed any of your voter ID, driver's
just my driver's
license,
license, that's it.
mail. So you have any type of anything at all that shows that you live there?
I do, just not with me.
What do you have?
Utility bills, my bank.
So who are all the people that we keep hearing testimony to that have been living in the property?
I'm sorry?
That said that they work, who are the people apparently under Formula One the weekend that said they work for the airlines and they were renting the property? They're lying?
No, so they're friends of mine. So my parents own an aviation company, and I have some friends come.
And they didn't pay anything to stay there?
Absolutely.
So they lied to the neighbors when they talked about the price they paid?
I don't believe they said that.
Well, I think one of the board members just rented the property, so I guess you can have a roommate.
Yeah. So,
Pretty
so
soon.
I'm not sure before I took on the lease what was.
And if you're living there for a year, why do you allow them to continue to have it on the B2B or on the other sites to rent?
Correct. I mean, I'm not sure before me what was on there or what websites the property was on there, but the only time I did it was I don't have the best neighbors and they give me a lot of trouble. So
Those are great neighbors.
I was leaving town for a month, and I was under the impression that you can.
And how long have you been renting?
Since January 23rd. So
just that's the first time you got a lease.
yeah, I did that one time. Yes, correct. And the whole time they accused my Mexican friend to be a Mexican drug cartel dealer. My color friends the N-word. My girlfriend's prostitutes. So I feel like this is sort of. I feel like I'm.
So
being
you just
targeted.
have a lot of friends and a lot of guests that are living at the property.
Not living at the property. I just have some friends that stay with me. It's a big property. I'm divorced, so I have my kids part time. So
And what's your
there are times I like to have
relationship?
fun. I
What's
like
your
to-
relationship to the owner?
He's a landlord.
You don't know him. You never knew him before. How did you find the property?
When he listed it.
Listed it on what? Where did you get it from? Did you have a realtor? Do you have a contract? Where is the?
I do. He had it for lease, and
Do we have it? Where's the rental agreement? Did you give it?
Right here.
Yeah.
So far you've only got one violation where you've rented it.
From when I rented it. No, I mean.
And when did you rent it? What was the month?
When I rented it for the month for 60,000.
No. Well, thanks for telling me for how much. But when was it?
Huh?
When was it? What month?
It was I believe May or between April and May.
And do you have an agreement for that?
I do.
You have that with you?
I mean, I didn't think I was gonna come here to show proof of all this. But no, I don't have it. I don't have it with me. No. It was actually a Mexican singer named Christian Nodal.
And you have records if needed to show your $45,000 payment every month? How do you pay the mortgage?
I do.
How do you pay the rent?
Sometimes wire, sometimes check, couple different ways.
Okay, that's good for me. If anybody else wants to ask.
My question is, who put the property on the website? You did?
So when I started having trouble with the neighbors, I kind of wanted a way out, and the landlord didn't want to let me out. So I figured, all right, I look at the laws, and from what I found, it was legal to rent over 31 days. It was short term was considered 31 days and below.
Gotcha.
So I figured, all right, maybe I can recover some of my money since I'm not wanted in this neighborhood and whatever I do or whatnot. So unfortunately, I was only able to do one of those. But I am trying to find somebody to take over the lease. And the owner, I believe, is aggressively selling the property. We show the house. He shows the house, 2 to 3 times a week. Every time there's a showing, the neighbors harass the agent that's selling the house along with the buyer. So it's, making that process a little bit more difficult to sell the house.
Gotcha.
So
My other question is, who set the price at $4,000 a day?
So when I reached out to a couple of brokerages to try to get me a client to rent a house for a month, I told them I wanted $65,000 for a month. Whatever they list on their website, that's whatever they're adding on under commission. So I told them it was a 31-day minimum, and I don't really have control what they list for or what they don't list for.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
My parents own an aviation company.
Okay, and do you engage in leasing out short-term rental properties?
No, the first time I ever done anything was that one time when.
Okay, so if Miami New Times listed you as providing short-term rentals to their article is Israeli arms dealers
Yeah, no.
that you leased out on Venetian Isles, Miami New Times would be lying.
Yeah, no, that wasn't a short-term rental. That was maybe like 10 years ago, and it was a regular lease.
Yeah, but I just saw in one of the photos where he's listed as having 10 years of experience in renting villas and short-term rentals.
Well,
And
they
you said
have
you just did it?
seven-
I mean, there was an advertisement right on the
They
photo
have
saying,
73 villas.
you said
He
you have
has
10 years of
73 villas.
experience, and you said you've never done this before?
It was through this website that you're mentioning that. I mean,
Because I'm Alex, 10 years of experience in luxury vacation rentals.
I have no affiliation with this. I don't own this
So
company.
that's not you.
Is that
then.
your photo
You ju-
there?
That is my photo.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, wait, hold on, wait, because that you just got. Am I wrong? But you said you send this property out to real estate agents, and you have them listed.
Every
and-
other property there, I have
Right.
no attachment to. I've never seen in my life or anything.
So they just took a picture of you, put something down here
No, that's
saying you
actually,
got 10.
that's actually off my Instagram.
So they just pulled your information, attached it on there, and you have no clue that it was there.
I knew that my property was there, the one I'm leasing.
Okay.
Well, how about the other 73? Are the pictures of his pictures?
What
on
about
there
the other
too?
73 properties under your name? What about the other properties under your
Are
name?
they under his name or the owner's?
Yeah, under his name.
His name.
His name.
Inspector, are the other 73 villas under his name?
His picture was on the website, which was attached to it,
On
and it
this-
says my properties. I only have those 3 in the screenshot. There's another website I looked at that said that Travel with Aspect has 73 villas for rental. I cannot prove that he is the owner of.
No, I know. That's
Everything,
not my
but-
question. My question is if his picture shows.
Yes, that's
as
his
the host.
picture. Senior Inspector
On the
Randy Caesar was with
73,
me.
on the other 73.
I could not give you a definitive answer because I've looked at so many different websites.
Okay. I think we need to.
Those
go
3 are
along
his.
with
You
this.
said your parents were in the aviation business. What business are you in? What do you do for work?
I work with them.
You work
we
with them.
lease-
What
we
do you
lease-
do for your parents?
I do sales for them. We lease and rent aircrafts.
Okay. What type of aircraft?
So it's
Pitch something to me. Make me want to buy what you've got.
You want me to pitch to you what, an aircraft?
Yeah.
I mean, we it's mostly private jets, but they also do A, B, and C checks. I mean, I went to Emory Riddle and George C. Baker. So I have
Okay.
aviation
You're a
background.
terrible
How much is
salesperson. I
how
wouldn't
much
lease
is a
from you.
private jet per hour?
Per hour? I mean, from here to New York, you're looking at around 17K one way.
And how many people can go with me?
Depends. You want a heavy jet, medium jet, light jet?
What type of jet?
You tell me how many people are you flying with?
No. You tell me what type of jets do you have to sell?
Hawkers, G5s, G4s. I mean, we mostly do charters, but we also rent and long-term lease as well.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can we move forward?
I think we need to move forward.
I think the
please.
attorney needs to finish because I cut him off.
Yeah. Let the attorney finish and we're ready to wrap this up. I think we have a lot of information. Let's just let you
I
finish.
agree. You've got a lot of information. There's only one last thing I want to put onto the record, and it's case law from Florida court, an appellate opinion stating that the actual standard here is substantial competent evidence, number one, and number two, that
Your own client
Just
admitted that he rented it for 31 days. Can you get any more substantial?
for a 31-day rental,
That's still illegal.
It's
short
illegal.
term is 30 days or less.
No, but
No,
That's
no.
what,
No.
in any zone, in any zone.
In a transit zone is not allowed at all. And you aren't in a transit zone.
So
That is completely illegal in the city of
what he
Miami.
admitted to the time he did it was the prior violation that's already been
It doesn't
complied and
matter, his
closed.
lease
We're
is
here
less-
on a repeat violation issued June 3rd, which was after that one that he
His
admitted
lease
to,
is
which already been
under
closed
a
out.
year. He's still under violation.
His lease is for 1 year minus a week to get it to end at
It's,
the end of the
well,
year.
if you take a year minus a week, it's under 365 days.
Be that as it may, the case law states that the listings,
What do you mean, be that as it may? It's a violation. Like, other than that, Ms. Lincoln?
that's not the
I mean, it's
violation
less
we're here
than a
for.
year.
That's not the violation that we're here appealing. We're appealing a ticket for a short-term rental to
Let
some
me
renter
just,
who
let me
is
just
not
put
here.
on the record in response to that. He was cited for use not allowed in the zoning district, which is the less than a year, and illegal short-term rental. So he has two violations on his notice of violation, summons to appear, and the notice of violation.
And this is his second time that he violates the same exact thing, correct?
Correct.
So,
That is correct.
yes, can we do,
So
no, let the attorney finish first, sorry.
What I was going to finish stating is that the opinion states that the listings alone are not deemed substantial competent evidence of a short-term rental
How
violation.
about the neighbors? I think that's more than enough
The neigh-
evidence. There's video cam, there's
The-
police, there's
Well,
a lot of
again,
evidence.
I haven't seen the video cam. I haven't seen what the police saw.
But the
You know,
inspector has testified.
When the inspector
You
testified
have
that
the
he
video?
talked to somebody and said that
Can
he
you
was
put
a
the video
tenant there
down?
long
The
term,
video?
he didn't
You
testify
have the
to
video,
any
Robert.
actual witnessing of any people staying there for a short-term rental, only to the listings. Now, I understand because I've heard everything. I know I haven't had a chance to view the files because I've only been representing my client for a week. I understand we're not going to get a continuance, and I am also certain that we're not going to request one because it'll get denied anyways. I feel like based on what you've heard, you've already made up your mind no matter what I say. But what I'm going to say is that what I heard is all circumstantial evidence that would not uphold an appeal. So with that on the record, I will allow you.
If you were one of these property owners that have purchased their homes to live there in a peaceful fashion with their family, I think you would be saying something different.
I have 3
Like
kids.
you don't live next to his home.
I have 3
where he
kids.
makes, well, let me finish, where he's making a substantial amount of income, destroying the quality of life of families that purchase their home to live there quietly and peacefully, to bring up their children, not to have strippers and have people in their driveway smoking pot, etc. So the first case was something very similar. Actually, it was worse, and you weren't here. And this was the one that you brought up in May.
We saw the
So
video.
we saw the video, we saw the pictures, we saw what was going on. So I think we're ready to rock and roll on this, and I think we're ready to rule. So do I have a motion? The motion
Let
was
me-
guilty 3 days.
No,
No,
let me, can I please?
Go ahead.
We're requesting a guilty, retroactive to June 3rd, $5,000 a day, and $15,000 irreparable harm.
Motion
Move,
as stated.
But I have a question. I have a question. First of all, what's the violation? For the record, and then I
Two
want to
violations.
lay a record.
She already
What's
said them.
the actual violation that's the repeat violation for June?
The following 2 violations are repeat violations. Use not allowed in the zoning district transit zone. And the second one, illegal short-term rental.
The same one as the first?
For the record, those were the very same violations that were previously adjudicated.
Correct.
By
So
code,
so
it
is
has
the
to be,
repeat,
it has to be the same in order to
Both
be
of them are
repeat.
repeat.
Yes.
is the repeat the fact that they didn't fix or change the continued violation? It's not a new violation, correct?
No, it is The code and Florida statute chapter 162 provide that once you've come into compliance, if within a period of 5 years you have the same violation, it's a repeat.
Let me tell you my concern. Let me just tell you my concern and let me lay it. And your client may or may not be doing the right business. They're going to have to stop if you can't see that, right? So it's going to happen one way or the other. You can appeal this to the end of the day.
If there's a violation,
But here's the problem. The only repeat legally, and this is why I'm worried, the only repeat violation is having a lease that's under a year. Let's not lose sight of what's happening here. I'm not saying that they're not doing the wrong thing. I'm not saying that they're not renting the
But
people.
how can you say that? There's proof.
You gotta
Let him finish.
If you let me finish, then
Go ahead.
then I can tell
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying. We don't have any proof
Yes,
that
we do.
they've done any of these short-term rentals. Do I think they have? Absolutely. Have the neighbors came here and told us? Absolutely. But we've also heard testimony that, no, he's my friend, he stayed here. We've never spoke. That's why I asked the inspector.
If I may, on the first case,
Yeah.
case number 77422, I brought body cam video interviewing
Correct.
the renters, and they admitted they were there for the weekend.
And we
Okay,
saw
so
that.
which one was that? When was that?
The first case, the
The
first time,
529.
April
So
4th.
what I just want to make sure that what we charge with today is the exact violations we can prove, so we don't have a problem. So you can prove there's
Okay, our
substantial proof for
position,
that,
we also know that the neighbors have said that they've got video of,
but people can be living there. You
Let
can have all the
me,
video
let
you
me
want.
know, yeah, let me know if you want me to respond.
Well, I'm just trying to lay what I think have been proven violations, and that's enough. All we have to have are the proven violations. So one is going to be the conversation with the folks that rented it, but that's not a repeat, because if he did it once, he's going to say he didn't do it again. Another proven one is the one where the gentleman himself came up and said, I rented it for 31 days. But again, not a repeat, because these happened before June. So they're violations, but they're not repeats.
Guess
However,
what?
why don't you let me finish? However, there's a lease for less than a year. The lease has not been corrected. It's a violation under the zone. We don't have to get them for 37 things. You just have to get them for one and be right, and don't have something to appeal on. This is clearly a violation. It's a lease for less than a year. It's continuing. It's a repeat violation because it was a violation back in January. It was a violation back in March. It was a violation back in May, and it's a violation today until they make a lease that's over a year. So it's my recommendation that based on the repeat violation of the lease that doesn't comply with the code, it being over a year, that we, based on that, make the motion, that we don't do it based on things that we don't have absolute proof. And that's all we need,
I
correct?
disagree with you. The first case, they removed all the listings from all the Airbnb websites.
Immediately.
I don't know where you were, if you were here or not, but he said it clearly.
But that's not a
Wait a minute, let me finish. Yeah, of course it's proof. They have proof that they took it off. And then after how many days that they went ahead and did put it back on again? 3 days?
They did the extension of time, and I found 3 more.
And then they went ahead and put everything back again online.
We
So you're
denied
telling
that.
me that we don't have proof? The city has plenty of proof. They do.
Make whatever motion you want. I'm trying to give it to
Okay,
you as
and
solid
just to respond to, the board member's position, what they will do, if you follow his line of thinking,
We'll do the same
is
thing
they'll
again.
bring in a lease tomorrow
For another
and
year.
say, I have a lease for a year, comply me, and then the board didn't wish to prosecute the short-term rental because Mr. Zilber convinced them that there wasn't evidence.
I
Our
agree.
position
Well, no, because
is
even if
that
they
our-
do that, they still violated when it came here the first time. They still violated, they have to pay the fines from June.
You know
If
what-
they correct the lease, you're right, we'd have to see if they have any further
The city needs
violations.
to start putting liens on these property and change the whole ordinance or code or whatever it may be.
Liens or foreclosures? Because liens go in,
That's fine,
that-
but
that's-
these,
this property, there's a
So I'd
lien in
like to
place.
put on the
Okay.
record my counter to council and to one of our board members. First of all, the board looks at the totality
Correct.
of the evidence that's presented before them.
right.
The board is also the ultimate determining body as to the credibility
Thank you.
of the individuals that appear before them.
You don't-
If the board chooses to accept this gentleman, not you, Ian, but this gentleman's testimony, that's your decision. If the board chooses to accept and put credence in the testimony of the neighbors, that is part of the evidence that you are allowed to consider. In addition to that, the listings in of themselves are not sufficient. They are part of the totality of the circumstances. The city has litigated enough short-term rental cases up through and including at the Third District Court of Appeals. And we believe that based on the totality of the circumstances, there is more than ample evidence that this individual leases out properties all over the city of Miami. This is just one of them. And the bottom line is, this is his business. This is what he does. And of course, he's going to get up there and say, no, yes, that's my picture, but that's not me. Those are not my properties. You can tell me whatever you want
But
for
where
it,
do
but I'm
you
not going to believe
disagree
it.
where I'm saying I agree
Okay,
with
okay,
the
okay.
city recommendation,
we've taken
and
a
I'm
lot of
trying to
time.
establish why.
We need to
We're
move on
agreeing
with
with the
this.
fine.
We need to move on. Let's vote. We've spent a lot of time.
We need a
There's a lot
motion.
of folks here. Motion.
Motion for $15,000, $5,000 a day,
Retro.
retroactive to June the
Third.
1st, June 3rd.
$5,000 per
And
day?
guilty,
$5,000 per day, did you say that?
$5,000 per day.
Great. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next case.
Madam Chair, I'm going to need a short 3-minute break.
Go ahead.
Okay?
We'll take a 3-minute break for those that need to grab anything outside, restroom.
I just want to advise, this attorney does have 3 other
That's fine.
summons cases.
That's fine.
And then I do have a property owner for an extension of time that's having a medical issue. She constantly need to be heard.
Can we take her before we take his 2 other cases?
Yes. I think we
Well,
can.
the city. Yes, yes.
Due to medical reasons, I have a extension of time. It is in the city view agenda. It is page 14. The address is 1945 Northwest 24th Court. The case number is CE 2021-013872. This is page number 14. Address is 1945 Northwest 24th Court. This is an extension of time. Page 14, City View Agenda.
Página 14 adelante del libro. Esto está dividido. Add on, déjala. Y yo te pongo un papelito con los colores. Okay. Extension of time.
Yeah.
Extension of time, page 14, City View Agenda.
Where are the respond? Okay. Is she going? Okay. Is she going to have a microphone? Oh, great. Awesome. Thank you. Please ask her to state her name and address.
Nombre y dirección. Aida Maldonado.
En el micrófono porque no le escucho.
Aida Maldonado, 1945 Norwest y la 24 Court.
Guilty? Oh no. How much time does she need? Sorry.
¿Cuánto tiempo necesita? 3 meses, por favor. At least 3 months, please.
How much?
3 months.
90 days. What has she done so far?
¿Qué ha hecho? Ya estamos casi terminando. Hemos terminado con el Dade County, pero la ciudad de Miami, el contratista, solamente me pone un hombre por semana y yo ya le he pagado el 90% de los 200,000 que me cobró.
She's waiting on the workers to finish. She's had one worker go recently, and she's, ¿cuánto tiempo? She's paid $200,000 to have all this fixed, and she's just waiting on them to finish the last bit of work.
Okay. Well, let the city now let us know exactly what has been done so
This
far.
is the photographs of the property. Okay, and this property has been in this condition since 2021.
It's in a trust, correct?
You've given them all these extensions.
No, no,
okay?
I'm looking at it. Is there anyone? Obviously, no one's living there, right? Is somebody living at the property?
No one's living there.
No. Okay.
So are there permits that have been pulled for it? They did work without a permit, but have they pulled permits now? She hasn't done anything.
She inherited this property?
¿Usted heredó esta propiedad? She bought
Oh,
it.
she purchased it.
Purchased it. She purchased it with this.
When did she
situation.
purchase the property?
¿Cuándo lo compró? Que no se acuerda la fecha.
Do you have that information? Madam
2020.
Attorney?
She's had the building permit since May of
When
2022.
When did she purchase the property?
¿Desde cuándo tiene el permiso?
Is it on your?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Tiene permiso para
I've been ignored before.
It's- No, I didn't do that on purpose.
kidding.
So it was sold in 2019 for 620,000. It was sold in 2014 for 330.
Okay, so she bought it in 2019. So she got the violation 2 years after the purchase of the property,
2019,
correct?
she says, yes.
They added units, you know.
What is the city recommending? What has she done so far?
I don't
Director?
believe that she's done much.
I think he didn't hear me. Director, what has she, what does the city show that she has? She has an active permit, ready for inspections for building,
It's on the board, but I don't.
required additional plans. All work items require additional plans. Hold on, they just changed it.
They're all saying that permit has not been pulled,
Most
permit
of the
type
permits
has
have
no
not
work
been submitted.
items, requires additional plans. Inspection wasn't finalized.
What is the city recommending? Because we've been giving a lot of time to comply, and this is not a homestead property. It's just an empty.
So it's part of a condominium area,
Parte de un condominio.
okay? And, there you go. Yeah, take a look, and so it's part of a condominium building. And I'm assuming people are living there.
Are people living in the property?
No, she said
No,
no.
there's no one living there. She
She already
wanted you to
said-
know that,
answered
she
that.
said that she waited for over a year to get the permit for the city to fix the sidewalk, for them to be able to get more work done as part of her work. And she's at the mercy of the contractors that are, for whatever reason, are only sending one worker over. And they're very slow on finishing up the work.
Did her contractors tell her she needed 90 days? Or how did she determine that
El
she needs
contratista le
90
dijo que
days?
ustedes necesitan los 3 meses, ustedes.
We've given her
Estamos
500.
pidiendo los 3 meses porque no nos terminan y yo ya lo estoy desesperada por terminar para poder alquilar y pagar.
She's desperate to
Yeah.
finish it, and she's hoping that it'll be done in 90 days, but no, not, her contractor did not.
City have a recommendation on an
That's what I
extension?
asked.
What's the city recommendation on an extension?
No more extension. 540 days of extension.
Is that per diem total accurate as of today, the 64,750?
Were you seeing that in City View?
Yeah.
Well, it says it here too. We don't have any pictures?
But if you have an EOT, even though you have that fine has not, there's no lien in place, right? You have an EOT, you have an extension of time, which I'm not going to. You're gonna request for a recommendation, and I'm not gonna give you one, because I'm done with EOTs, but you guys make a decision.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
there's
need-
come a time that you need to draw the
Yeah,
line on the
I
sand.
need someone to come up with a motion
I'll make a motion for 60 days, to give her 60 days,
as your
but
final,
yeah,
no more extensions after.
no more
60 days?
extensions
But we
thereafter.
can't do that. We could
Well, I
always
mean,
say
we
the
can't
next-
say that. I mean, we can't, but we can just say,
I don't know why. Do we want to keep going? I mean, it's a lot.
No.
Well, here's a fact for you guys to consider. Is this a single-family home, homesteaded property?
No, it's not homestead.
Okay, so
Well, it doesn't say it's homestead here. Nobody lives there.
It's
And what happens if there's no extension? The fines start happening? Is that what the issue
the
is?
fines will start happening.
And then we could deal with that or not deal with that in mitigation?
that's
Right.
correct.
And what's the fine?
Well,
right now, 64,000.
No.
700.
The fines that would start,
Mhm.
again, how much?
Already
is
done,
it?
it's
Let me
$250.
64.
Oh, it's $250 per day.
I mean, my opinion, well, I'm going to make a motion.
Make a
I'm
motion.
going to make a motion for 5 days, and then the fines will start to, we can always deal with this in mitigation if we
Well,
feel
I'll
like she's
revoke my
done
motion.
something.
Yeah.
It never got a second.
Well, we have a motion,
It never got a second.
and then you have a second?
It never got a second.
Oh, okay.
So I was
So
making
motion
another
dies.
motion.
New motion.
So I'm making a motion for 5 days with the regular $250 fines. And what I'm trying to comment on is if, because at some point we got to stop with the extension. It's been a long time. If we feel that she's done something later during mitigation, we can address that. But otherwise, we're never going to be able to
But
move
you
this
do
forward.
understand that she knows how to apply for.
I
Tomorrow,
understand.
apply
I gave
for-
5 days in case something weird she can do in 5 days, but then that's it. And after that, the fines start. So that's my motion. If someone
I'm
wants to-
second the motion.
You second it? All in favor?
Aye.
She has 5 days and then $250 per diem as fines start to incur.
Melanie. So there was a case that was time certain for 6 o'clock. It's another short-term vacation rental. And I'd like to call that one to the floor because there is a adversely impacted neighbor. Ian, sorry, but we're gonna.
Can
do
you
this as best
advise
we
which
can.
case? Is it still this attorney's case? The 12
320 Southwest 24th Road.
What page is that?
What case is that? Oh, number,
No, that's
page
not
number?
him.
Hold on.
Okay, wait, this attorney also had 3 other summons
That's
cases.
fine, but there was a commitment to other people.
A time certain.
There was a commitment, time certain, that I made to the neighbor, so he could be here with, to provide testimony.
It's 320.
320 Southwest 24th Road,
Okay, just a moment.
What page is that?
Encinosa.
This is page 185. The address is 320 Southwest 24th Road, case number 000-84928, page 185, code check agenda. The address 320 Southwest 24th Road.
Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Ellie LaBreche. My address is 338 Southwest 31st Road.
Okay, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty. I just want to, before we start, because this is taking a long time.
Not yet. It's guilty or not guilty? We'll
Not
come back to
guilty.
you.
One moment. I just want to make sure we can consolidate this. House is under contract. It'll be sold next month. I'm out, just so you guys know, because that last proceeding was ridiculously long.
Yes, it was.
Just want to make it aware.
Doesn't
Can I have the
matter.
contract here?
It doesn't matter if you have a
Doesn't matter.
contract.
You say
Okay.
guilty or not guilty, you
Yeah.
said not guilty,
Not guilty, we'll look
now
this
we
up.
proceed.
Okay.
Inspector, state your name and official position.
Eric Encinosa, code compliance, after hours. This case was previously cited.
Yes.
Not sure the history of it. It's not clear to me.
Yeah, put it on the record.
Okay.
Put it on the record.
Back in June of 23, May of 2023, I suffered a hand injury. So I was on light duty at the downtown offices. I was given a spreadsheet of 20 short-term rental cases to open, which I did, and they were farmed out to other inspectors. Another inspector took over this case. And it was at the time for illegal short-term rental, use not allowed in transit zone. It's in the roads. It was referred to us by the Roads Homeowners Association. I just opened it, sent it out, it was farmed out to someone else. Another inspector took it. One of the complainants here says that this was adjudicated, but on my system, it's listed as removed from the docket, meaning it wasn't heard.
Table that comment, because I'm going to follow it up. I'm going to discuss it.
Roger that. So I opened the case up as a first-time offense, and I did a deeper dive. Everything's permitted except for that picture that you see right there, which is a secondary structure. It's a pergola. There's an outdoor chef's kitchen. This is how it was advertised, I believe, on Airbnb. And looks like there's a fan, there's electrical work, there's plumbing work. That's not permitted. So when I cited, I spoke to the gentleman. He reached out to me. He told me he's going to get a permit process started for that, and he was looking to sell the property. There is a permit process that was started. The application is in status as incomplete, and Airbnb's link is gone. There's still one other short-term rental link that is still active that routes you to Verbo. I didn't make a reservation of any kind on that one, but that one's still listed as visible there. And then I spoke with him just before the hearing that he's telling me he's got the thing under contract. I did see listings for sale when I looked online that the property is going to be sold. I was contacted by a realtor about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, inquiring about the violations and what was necessary for compliance. Basically, that secondary structure has to be either permitted after the fact or it has to be demolished. You got to get a permit out of the way to get rid of it. But once that's resolved, the short-term rental activities, one link still listed as visible. And those were the older reviews for the Airbnb, which is inactive. It has not come up since.
Okay, and you cited the property for use not allowed in the transit zone, correct?
Correct.
And you cited the property for illegal short-term rental, correct?
Correct.
And you cited the property for work performed without a permit or the permit was not finalized, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you provided me with your file in this case.
Yes.
And what we've marked as Exhibit A are the emails as well as the photographs and the research that you did on the websites for short-term rentals, correct?
Correct.
And what we've marked as Exhibit B are the records of the property appraiser, correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit C are the official notices and summonses required by Florida law.
Correct.
We'd like to introduce A, B, and C into the record.
Submitted.
Okay, Inspector, when did you last check the on-site listings?
Several hours before the pretrial hearing, which I believe was a few days ago.
Right.
Within 48 hours.
Okay, and that was the site that you found?
You have to check that's Airbnb. If it says on the timestamp by the bottom, June something or other, that's basically showing that It's just the generic website. It doesn't take you the link directly to the address that he had. That's what you see if the link is deactivated. So the Airbnb link was deactivated. There was another one that has a nightly price of $12.86.
Okay.
That link is visible. It should be near the bottom of the evidence photos. If you scroll to the bottom.
So just to confirm, it is inactive, correct? Is
No,
it-
no, no, on one
The
of the
Airbnb
sites.
link is inactive, correct?
Okay, please continue to show evidence. Thanks.
Can you scroll further down to the photos?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing the link. I'm not seeing the picture there. I uploaded it in Summit's pre-hearing
Show evidence.
inspection. The screenshot should be in the paper evidence.
The VRBO bedroom villas, the Rhodes Rentals, Casa Mimosa, Brickell, heated pool, outdoor kitchen, 5 bedrooms.
That sounds right. Let me see the
Okay.
photo real quick.
Well, why don't you go through it and read it into the record, the ones that are still listed?
Yeah, this is bedroomvillas.com. This one says nightly rates at $1,286 and says you will be redirected to Verbo for this date that I timestamped is June 2nd, 2024. I checked it a few days prior. I don't know why it's not uploaded there, but it is there.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, so one of the two links. that
One of the
you-
two links was removed. It's
Okay.
possible he may not be aware of that one.
Okay, very good. And have you had discussions with the property owner?
I've had, was it one phone call and email exchanges? And then I'm meeting him for the first time today.
Okay, and what were the discussions about?
He's telling me what he just briefly said, that he's looking to sell the property. He said that to me in the emails, and that he's got a prospective buyer and he's trying to line up the contract. I told him this has to be wrapped up before you can do that, because if you have the property, if someone purchases the property, they're purchasing that violation. So the violation needs to be resolved prior to sale.
Well-
That was just,
You're right, he doesn't have to. He can, under chapter 162, he can advise the property owner that permits need to be obtained for the pergola, and that's it.
he started a process. It just says incomplete on the application.
Correct,
Very
and I
first
I
step,
have the
April 1st.
documentation here. I have the
Okay,
letter.
wait, wait.
Sir,
We'll come
no,
back to you.
no.
Please don't interrupt. Thank
What
you.
happened, sir, and I know, because, people always want to talk, but we have to present our case.
We'll come back.
And the complaining parties do the, supplemental, and then the chairwoman turns to you for any evidence that you want them to consider, okay?
I will
Okay.
testify. He contacted me immediately and he started the process quickly.
For the
For the
pergola?
permit. But it doesn't tell you what it is because the scope of work is blank and the application's incomplete. But you can tell it was created April 1st. So
Yeah, it was
he started it right away.
Okay, okay. Do you have anything else you want to add to this, other than the short-term rental sites? Was there any other evidence that you were able to ascertain?
I did an exhaustive search. The only 2 links I found was the Airbnb, which was taken down. A previous case had that as well.
Yes.
That's complied. And the Verbo link, which is a Dream Villas, I believe. That one's still visible. I don't know if you can make the confirmation.
Okay, so let me see if I can.
One of 2.
If I can rephrase. Did you speak to any complaining parties about the violations?
I spoke to Mr. Acuna via
Okay,
email, and I spoke to him once or twice over the phone. I spoke to him today regarding that, because the email exchange he had with the previous inspector on the previous case.
Yes.
I added this after the fact. I didn't have this information when I was dealing with him at the time,
when you say him, who are you referring to?
with Mr. LaBreche.
Okay. And in your discussions with the attorney for the neighboring property owners, what were those discussions?
Well, basically, Coral Palms, I believe it's called, association is the building next door that they had complaints. Senior Inspector Caesar was dealing with him extensively. He can speak more to the scope of the exchanges with him. I just gave him an update on the case and what was going on and the status of what was happening. Since he wanted to be here and testify, I had to include all of this other evidence. I didn't talk with him that much. I just gave him an update on what's going on. I don't know what he's going to say.
Okay, but I'm not privy
Yeah.
to what discussions you have. That's you.
Yes.
And you're saying I had discussions with him, but I
On
need
the
you
status of
to,
the case,
okay,
where we were at this point.
okay. And did he submit any evidence to you?
In the emails that were submitted, it was various photos of cars parked on the property, out-of-state license plates. I didn't speak with any renters at the location.
Okay, all right. Anything else?
I think one of the photos I took, there was like a bunch of stationery on the door, so indicating that, you know, someone hadn't been there in a while.
Okay, all right.
I've encountered that before when I'm dealing with short-term vacation rentals. The mail builds up.
The mail builds up?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Is that all you have?
I'm going to interject before we hear
Well, I
from
don't know
the.
if Mr. Caesar's going to testify also?
I don't think it's necessary, but go ahead, Mr. Caesar. Members of the board, this case is not traveling as a repeat, but it should have. We adjudicated this case back the first time on November 14th, 2023. Unbeknownst to Randy Caesar was the inspector. By the way, I called him from the field. That's why he's not wearing his A-type shirt. It was not adjudicated as a repeat because there was a glitch on the system. The case in the system, specifically case 51076, reflects as closed. I thought there was something gone wrong and reached out to IT and internal affairs. I'm putting that on the record. That's not the case. It's a glitch in the system. Because we did not issue this new violation as a repeat, I need to, by 162, I must reflect the violation up front, and we're not. I didn't do that. However, when we ask for the fines, we are going to request the maximum irreparable fine.
Okay.
Okay, I want to put that on the record. Mr. Caesar is ready to provide additional testimony on what he recalls, but that case, you guys, the board adjudicated at that time, but it got closed by a technical glitch.
Okay.
Okay? I'd like to now ask one of the adversely
Inspector.
impacted, go ahead.
Inspector Caesar, state your name and official
Inspector Randy
position.
Caesar with the City of Miami Code Compliance Department.
Okay, and you are familiar with the violations at this property, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, could you tell the board, for their benefit, what the violations are and what your interactions were with the property owner, if any, and with any other parties?
At the time when I cited the property in 2023, I cited the property for use not allowed in transit zone and operating an Airbnb. I spoke with the gentleman at the hearing. We had an adjudication against the property on that day. I want to say 3 days later, the property owner contacted me. I visited the property, took photos of compliance into photos into the system and closed the case. So just for the record, it was adjudicated and there was a finding of guilty.
Okay, anything else?
No.
Any discussions with any of the neighbors?
I did speak with the attorney for the condominium and neighbors in the condominium. I'm sorry, residents in the condominium. So
And what was the testimony that they provided to you, or the verbal evidence that they gave you?
that the property was operating as an Airbnb.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, photos were provided at the time, but I personally spoke with the residents in the condominium and told them that the case was going before hearing and that we're going to move to find a finding of guilty.
Okay, and you conducted research on site and found listings for short-term rentals?
Yes, there were photos of the property being advertised as an Airbnb online.
Okay, and as you know, short-term rentals is not allowed in the transit zone. So my question to you is, did anybody show you a lease of the property for 30 days, 5 days, 1 day? Did you find any?
No, I found the advertisement online.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, if I may. When this case came back in front of us in November, if I'm not mistaken, because I have a memory of an elephant, there was a property owner from the condo they came, it was an elderly lady.
Correct.
And she was complaining about the noise and, because her windows, she could hear the noise. And I assume it's the same condo because
That's correct.
she was very explicit. And I don't know if you remember. She had short hair. Okay, good. Well, you could tell us about it. But I remember, so I just wanted to make sure that this was the same property.
It's the same property.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay, thank you, Inspector.
Thank you.
Okay, we have neighbors immediately adjacent to the property that wish to, and the attorney, I think, is also one of the neighbors, correct?
No, I
Oh.
represent the association.
Okay.
My name is Albert Acuna. Good evening. And just to echo the last comments, yes.
Mr.
this-
Acuña, I'm sorry. State your address too.
My office address is 782 Northwest 42nd Avenue, Suite 350, Miami, Florida, 33126.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Sure. And just to echo, as far as the last adjudication, I too was here. And the lady that Madam Chairperson was, or mentioned, her name is Deborah Balana. She was here with me. We presented a lot of pictures. I think Mr. LaBreche's own comments in the beginning of this hearing, he said last proceeding was ridiculously long. That shows you himself by his own testimony, or his own words rather, that there was in fact a hearing and it was ridiculously long.
I was referring to today.
Today.
Excuse me, please. No
No,
interruption.
but I think he was referring to today.
That was to today.
Oh, okay. Fair, fair enough. We did show pictures. I don't know if Mr. Williams and Ms. Bayona, I remember one picture in specific that will probably always ring in my mind. It was a picture of a bachelorette party in the backyard, and they were holding a rather phallic item. We'll leave it at that. So we're here to really discuss what has happened since. And I did submit evidence of photos. And I understand this is not direct testimony, or this is not direct evidence, but it's circumstantial. As a former ASA, I put people in jail and in prison just on circumstantial evidence. And if it convinces this board, then that's all that suffices pursuant to the standard. On November the 24th, we did show pictures of a family in the backyard. On the week of December the 17th of 2023, there was a red Nissan, a mini SUV. Oh, that's a video of the backyard on November 24th. There was a red Nissan on the week of December the 17th bearing Florida license plate 724 EP7. There's a picture of that. The week of December 24th, there was a white Ram truck bearing an Iowa plate of FNG 592. On December the 31st, 2023, there was two cars, a Nissan white Armada bearing tag QZU 174 and a black Suburban bearing Florida tag AW 86D9. On January the 8th, there was a gray Suburban bearing a Texas plate from RYT 9726. March 8th, 2024, there was a black Mustang bearing a Florida tag 46A as an Apple QRY. It's funny about this incident. One of the directors of the board of the condo was outside walking his dogs, and he engaged this group of 5 individuals, 4 men, 1 woman in their 20s. In his opinion, they were clearly unrelated, and they commented to him that they were from Boston. On March the 19th, 2024, there was a black Toyota Florida plate 82A-GQL. The registration on that plate had the letters PM for permanent, which is usually a very good sign that that car is rented. It's funny because on that day, March the 19th, the condo had their annual budget meeting, which I attended and conducted. As I was leaving, because I basically park right in front of this house. I saw a lady by the trash dumpsters. I engaged her in a brief conversation. I asked her if she was visiting. She said she was. Again, just your typical chit chat that I did myself, and that was that. March the 26th, we don't have cars, but we do have backyard pics of people in the backyard. April 2nd, 2024, gray Toyota bearing a Virginia plate, TPS 1975. April 12th, there was a white Chrysler van bearing a New Jersey tag, F67SMA. April 22nd, there was a red Kia van bearing Florida plate with a PM decal, BR85TF. April 29th, 2024, there was a black Suburban. The picture wasn't very good. I couldn't quite make out the tag, but I could make out the fact that the decal was a PM as well. On that particular occasion, the same director was outside walking his dogs, engaged a lady by the name of Paige in conversation, who confirmed to him that her and her family had rented it short term and that they were from New York. May 9th, 2024, there was a white Chevy truck, New York tag, LCF 4341, and a white Chrysler van with a Florida PM tag, IEN E70. Again, these are all circumstances, right? But if there's enough of them, if it walks like a duck, it is a duck. Okay, so it's our position, not only that during this period of time, November through May 9th, and I will point out, during March, at least that we saw, it was rented 3 times. During April, it was rented 4 times. So it's our position that the property continues, in disregard of what this board said last time, to be rented as a short-term rental. And again, it's our position that this matter was adjudicated before. Thank you for your time. Of course, I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Does the tenant
He is-
from,
Yes, this is Mr. Antonio Gaspari. He's one of the owners. If you want to hear from him through.
sure, does he need a
through-
translator?
through the
I think
use
he
of the-
needed
yeah,
a translator.
Yeah.
Where is the Spanish? Oh, there she is. Great, awesome. Hola, buenas noches. Please have him state his name and address.
Antonio Gasbarri, 2400 Southwest, Tercera Avenida, apartamento 604, Miami, Florida, 33129.
If he wants to tell us what is it that- regarding the Airbnb? What he's witnessed?
Tell the board what you've
Io vivo in frente.
I live across.
Yeah, veo il pool del signor.
You can
e
see the
vedo
pool.
che cada settimana vengono,
Every week,
viene gente
there's different
nueva,
people, new
eh,
people.
generalmente,
And
usually,
generally,
si chiedono 3 o 4
they stay about 3 or 4 days,
Poi
and then they leave.
viene gente a limpiare.
And then other people come to clean,
Il dia después viene otra gente.
and then the next day, other people show up.
Is there music?
A veces vengono pure con Uber.
They
chicos
come
o
with you,
chicas,
Uber.
Non è solo,
It's not just the rentals.
a veces gritan tutta la noche.
All night they're
Mia
screaming.
sposa, para
His-
me,
his
io
wife.
io lo aguanto.
He-
Ma mia sposa che sta inferma non può dormire. Ma non sono solo io. Tutta la gente che vive nella misma nel lado.
All the people who live on that side have to put up with the noise. His wife is sick and has to put up with it.
Tiene problemas. Io sto qui solito, però rappresento.
I'm the only one here,
Deve
but
venire mucha gente.
but
no?
many people could come to tell you the same thing.
Non si può. A veces viene gente, una famiglia che
Sometimes a
non
family
grida
comes.
mucho.
When was the last time that
No,
you
se viene
witnessed that he rented
los
this property?
jóvenes,
The young people.
imposible.
What was the last time he witnessed that this property was rented?
¿Cuándo fue la última vez que usted vio que alguien viene.
io devo dire, io dico sempre, è quasi un mese che non sta venendo nadie.
About a month since no one has been there.
Però antes era
But before that,
invivibile,
it was
non
it's
si poteva
unlivable.
vivere. Cada 3 giorni.
Every 3 days,
Io so che se viene ultra gente perché viene due signore che limpiano,
he
mettono
knows
tutto,
another group of people are
tutto in
coming because the
ordine
cleaning crew
e o
comes
lo
in.
mismo dia, il dia después viene gente. Se viene gente buona, se dorme, ma se viene lo chico, la chica,
If good people come, they can sleep, but if not, you
si
get the
deve...
young people, forget it.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
Yes, I was remiss in not giving the board a clear picture. This condo association is comprised of 48 units, and it's immediately adjacent to this property. On that side is 24 units. In other words, their balconies directly lead towards this. So about half the building is being affected. I had scheduled 3 other owners to come. I could tell you this is a concern that's raised at just about every board meeting the association has. I've had the pleasure of serving as the association's general counsel for at least 10 years. And it is a concern. It is a concern. But I had 3 other people scheduled because of work complications. One of them was Miss Plana again. They could not be here.
Thank you. Sir, anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't even procure one active listing, first of all. I mean, the evidence, as you mentioned, extremely circumstantial. I listed the property for sale November of 2023. Okay? The amount of ingress, egress of that property has been immense. This is a highly desirable area. Okay? I have family, I have friends, I have employees. Is it the board's opinion that I can't have any of my family, my friends, or employees stay at my home?
Well, if they're witnessing that you have a cleaning lady every 3 or 4 days.
I
after
can't
people leave.
employ cleaning ladies for my employees who come
And
in
they
from out
have
of town.
pictures from
I run
November.
a very large organization. I can accommodate my employees at my home.
I have a question for you.
The home is, can I
Let's let him
please finish?
Let's let him finish.
The property's been for sale since November of 23. Essentially the same duration that this gentleman has mentioned. He's seen cars, people inside my house. The property is now under contract. I brought the contract to the board. If you guys would like to see that, we're scheduled to close next month. I will no longer own this property. So there is nothing to the effect of running a short-term rental. I will not own the property in a month. To the pergola, I am going to ask for an extension. It takes a lot of people to put the vendors in place. I have hired the Florida Building Plans. It's a consulting group, $5,000 to get architectural engineering permits submitted. Then my general contractor, once the permit is approved, the demo permit, I'm going to remove the pergola at my cost. That will be an issue that I think is going to be resolved in short order. And that's all I have to say.
A question through the chair. Do you have any of the notarized letters or for the individuals of those 7 vehicles that were highlighted as at the property at the time that you're stating are friends and families? Can you attest to that?
I did not bring any notarized letters. No.
Oh, okay.
You would remember if they're your friends, who drove what. So maybe you can provide us who drove the Chevrolet and.
Who drove the New Jersey
Again,
plates, New
Well, you
Jersey
said you
plates,
have a-
Iowa plates? Who are they?
The property's listed for sale. Okay?
You're not
That
answering
doesn't
the
answer
question.
our question.
I can't tell you
That's not
who
the
has been
question.
in and out of the property since November of 23.
And they stay, when you show the property that's for sale, you let them stay overnight?
Or for 3 days.
Some people are looking at the property to be acquired. They don't stay. Family and friends, absolutely. This is the winter. This is the high season. They come down to see me. I host a lot of my employees here.
Gotcha.
But
you knew you were.
so all the evidence, again, is circumstantial. You can't find one credible website listing
Well, there is one.
listing it. There's nothing.
Sir,
There's nothing. There's
Sir,
been nothing,
that
nothing
is, that is,
credible.
that is untrue. I can
So-
find your listing, Casa Mimosa, Brickell heated pool, outdoor kitchen, 5-bedroom house in Miami
Where?
on Bedroom
Right
Villas
now.
right now.
Where? On Bedroom Villas? Like, what even is that? That's a cached website?
You don't know, it's your,
Cached
where
website?
you're listed.
Doesn't matter.
It's not
Your
my listing. It's a cached website.
It's the same house with the same
It
address
doesn't
that
matter.
you
I can
own.
Google your address and find it on 20 websites too.
My address isn't here for a short-term
I'm-
rental issue, and it's not affecting every neighbor
So
here.
when you remove it, when I had the first issue, we resolved the code violation. I can't control if other websites cache an old listing. It's Mr. Espinosa, correct? Is your opinion there is no active listing, correct?
There's one.
No, the Airbnb listing
He
was
just
taken down.
confirmed. He just
That
confirmed that
one-
this is your listing. You were asked a question, please answer.
I can confirm the Airbnb link was deactivated.
Thank you.
What you see there is a screenshot, which looks exactly like the Airbnb link, but it routes you to Verbo.
Okay.
Different
But
link.
does Verbo have an active? Let's go look on
Verbo
Verbo.
does short-term rentals.
Go look at Verbo.
Sir,
There's no
sir,
active listing.
he's not here to argue with you.
But
And
you're-
I'm
you're
not
giving
going
evidence
to
I can't
allow,
defend.
I'm not going to allow you to be antagonistic towards the inspector. He has already answered your question. One site was taken down, the other is still up.
Okay, we need to move this forward. What is the city recommendation, please?
We're recommending guilty 5 days, $1,000 a day thereafter, and $15,000 irreparable.
Do I have a motion?
Is this the first file?
You cannot go
This is
higher.
the first violation.
Do I have a motion?
I have a
Is
motion
there a
for
question?
guilt.
There's a question. You cannot go higher
No.
because we adjudicated, but we did not issue us a repeat.
Right.
We are bound by Florida Statutes 162-07 to reflect the repeat. We can't. We erred. I put that on the record at the beginning. So we can't go 5,000 because it'll be appealed and we will lose.
Okay, 5
Okay.
days, guilty, $1,000 a day, and the 15,000 irreparable harm.
Yes, yes.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next
See you at
case.
appeal.
Good luck with your sale.
Calling page 221. The address is 103 Northwest 70th Street. Case number 000-81289. This is page 221. 103 Northwest 70th Street. Page 221.
We have Ms. Kayla, so you need to do that one next.
Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Jocelyn Daniels, 61 Northwest 70th Street, Miami, Florida, 33150.
Guilty or not guilty?
No. So,
She's
so
not-
members of the board,
She's not the owner, she's the
she's
the
here,
neighbor.
Counselor, let me explain. She's here as a witness, support evidence. She's been waiting. I think I'd like to go ahead and listen to this case.
Okay.
Hear it. It is in absentia so that the witness can leave.
Okay.
Okay, inspector, state your name and official position.
Cam Suisketan Code Compliance North.
Okay, did you issue a citation to the property at 103 Northwest 70th Street?
Yes,
Okay, and did you provide me with your file on this case?
yes,
And what we've marked as Exhibit A are the photographs that you obtained, as well as your notes and your 311 hub with
yes,
regard to the property, correct?
correct,
And what we've marked as Exhibit B are the records of the property appraiser, correct?
correct,
And Exhibit C are the notices and summonses required by Florida law, correct?
correct.
Okay, and we'd like to introduce A, B, and C into the record.
Admitted.
Thank you. And you cited the property for failure to maintain a vacant, blighted, unsecured, and abandoned structure, failure to register a vacant structure, and failure to maintain the exterior, correct?
Correct.
Okay, has the property owner contacted you?
No, that case came before the board last year, but it was rescheduled because it was reset because the owner has a speech problem. So after that, when I tried to reset it, it changed the ownership.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so it is now owned by a corporate entity, correct?
correct.
Okay, and so at this point, we're requesting a guilty finding, 5 days to come into compliance, $1,000 a day until compliance is achieved after. Ma'am, do you want to say anything?
The property at 101 Northwest 70th Street has been reported by me many times over the past 5 years for code violations. The police have condemned the property also. Do not enter signs have been posted by the police on the building, but have been torn down by those who want to use the property for their own purposes, and little or nothing has been done about enforcing that order. Signs have been posted by the city that the owners will be subject to liens if the property is not cleaned up, but the trash and filth and overgrowth have only increased. I've had problems with rats and mosquitoes for years because my property is next door at 61 Northwest 70th Street. The place is also used by homeless people, prostitutes, as well as men and teenagers who come off the street to relieve themselves. I see all these things from my kitchen window, and it's very distressing. I have called the police at their instruction. They told me, if you see anybody here, call us. When I have seen someone go into the building, but when the police come, they refuse to enter the property because the only entrance is through a broken place in the fence. It's not only a health hazard, it's a shame to the neighborhood, being a building with broken windows, boarded up doors, trash not only in the yard, but also on the sidewalk outside the building. There are also recycling bins both inside and outside the property in the parking area that have no covers, which have trash and garbage in them floating in water from rain. These bins draw flies, and in the heat, they smell very bad. I've been told by the city that they can't be removed unless the owner requests it. I've lived at 61 Northwest 70th Street for 13 years, trying to keep my property, looking cared for, and paying my taxes. It's wrong that I must be subject to this situation with no assistance from the city. In addition, I believe that if I chose to sell my house, the property next door would cost me in my own property value. In every way, the abandonment of the property at 101 Northwest 70th Street is an injustice. I hope that you'll take the needed action. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
What is the city's
The city
recommendation?
recommended guilty, 5 days, $1,000 per diem.
Right.
So moved.
Guilty, yep, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sure, you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, it looks like that property's been like that since 2022. So it's been like that for a couple
For a
years.
long time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I
Madam,
saw one door on one side and one on
Madam
the other.
Chair,
Yes.
so as you know, at 9 o'clock, we have to stop. There's commission tomorrow.
Yep.
Having said that, I've been speaking with the director. We're recommending to take up the short-term rental cases, the extensions of time and mitigations, and if there's, he's checking now to see if there's any life safety cases that should be heard, and the rest will be reset.
And here's an idea for your consideration, Madam Chair. The EOTs, if we don't hear them, they're going to get an extension. So that's an idea. You're hearing cases that are being contested, and that's.
No, I just feel bad that these people have been sitting here for hours.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Waiting for their cases to be heard.
May I,
And,
Okay, go ahead.
you know,
Madam Chair, I want to offer a suggestion.
no, I understand. Is
How-
the board okay staying over 9 o'clock?
Question.
My suggestion
Go
would be
ahead.
the following. The folks that apply for mitigation, we usually hear those at the end. So
Yes.
just to get people out of here and excuse them, because we're probably not going to get to it by 9 o'clock. Madam Chair, I think we postpone the mitigations to another date. I mean, that's a suggestion. I don't
How
know.
many mitigation
The
cases do we
problem
have?
that you have with that is that there are a lot of closings, whereas on the to be heards, if we reset them, then the property owners will have more time to try and come into compliance, which is helping them and at the same time facilitating the extensions of time. If we reset the extensions of time, they get an automatic extension of time. So that's why we reached a different.
I get it, but you know, again, it's not fair for these people to be here since prior to 5 o'clock.
I know.
And we are here to hear their cases. And regardless if you give it an extension, some left work early.
Right.
Or, you know, are not getting paid for the hours they didn't work. And there's others that have attorneys that
I
they're
have
paying
no
them.
problem staying.
I'm not done yet, that they're being paid per diem, per coming to here. They're being charged. So I want to ask all of you, would you, and I have to ask obviously the board, do you want all your cases to be heard today? Raise your hand. The ones that want their cases to be heard today. Okay, what are the people that want their cases? Okay, you can put your hands down. People that want their cases to be continued.
Not you, Ian.
Okay, the ones to be continued, can they just get up and see Melanie and have them, and then we'll listen to the.
Hold it. I want to do it to Melanie. Hold on.
Whoa, hang, time out. I have a suggestion.
Uh-oh.
Let's find the middle. You know you never like my suggestions, but they're always middle ground.
That's not true.
No, I don't like his suggestions.
Oh, okay.
No, please tell us.
So you have Airbnb cases, you have life safety cases, you're double
Yes,
checking them.
we have two at least.
Those
maybe
get
more.
called up first.
Yes.
Right.
Then we do EOTs and mitigation. The balance of the to be heards.
I have a better idea. EOTs will get an extension of time already.
Yeah, but there's people here that have EOTs and want their cases to be heard.
No, people who
EOTs,
have extension of time
extensions.
requests lose nothing
Extension.
by having it reset. They get
what
more
you're
time.
saying, But most of these people, I don't know what type of cases they have.
Chairwoman.
They want them
Madam
to
Chair,
be-
Madam Chair, hang on, wait, with only two EOTs, what he's telling you is if an EOT.
They want more time.
Rescheduled, they get more time.
Right.
And we're giving them more time.
And EOT
We're
gets
wasting
more
time.
time.
Let's move it. Let's rock and roll. Let's go.
Melanie.
Okay, so the next two are the short-term rentals that are represented by the same attorney.
103 Northeast 50th Street.
What page?
I have 103 Northeast. Is it 102? What's your number? Okay, give it the.
Today you're the man of the hour. You're all Airbnbs.
Okay, what page number?
So this is page 160. The address is 102 Northeast 50th Street. Case number 000-62842. Page 160, code check agenda.
Okay, please state your name and address.
This is on
for the
Ian
record.
Bachakov with Ackerman Law Office at 98 Southeast 7th Street, here on behalf of the alleged violator, 102 Northeast 50th.
Please
Holdings,
lift your
LLC.
microphone. Lift the microphone because we can barely hear you.
Yeah, you're right on.
Ian Bachakov on behalf of 102 Northeast 50 Holdings, LLC.
Guilty or not guilty?
Plea not guilty.
Not guilty. Okay, the city present its case.
That's it.
Madam City Attorney, are we able to start? This is the 102 Northeast 50th Street.
Which page number?
This is page 160. 160. Inspector, do you want to
Can we hear from the
say
inspector?
your name and address so we can start?
Inspector Charles, City of Miami Code Compliance North Office.
Okay, I'm sorry. What, did he enter a plea?
He finished. He said not guilty.
Said not guilty.
I thought you said guilty.
No, he
not
said
guilty.
not guilty.
No.
Come on.
Okay. Okay, Inspector, did you issue a citation to the property at 102 Northeast 50th Street?
Yes.
Okay, and did you provide me with your file in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and what we've marked as Exhibit A are the printouts that you have from the various
Sites.
short-term rental stations that they're listed on, correct?
Correct,
And what we, as well as your personal notes, is that correct?
correct,
Okay, and what we've marked as Exhibit B are the records of the property appraiser?
correct.
And Exhibit C are the official notices and summonses required by Florida law.
Yes,
We'd like to introduce A, B, and C into the record.
Submitted.
Okay, and so you cited the property owner for use not allowed in the zoning district. It's in a transit zone,
yes.
correct? And for illegal short-term rental, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, and have you had any contacts with the property owner?
Yes, I've had contact with the property owner or representative. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, and in your corrections, you indicated that they needed to remove all markings and promotional ads from websites such as Airbnb, BO, Booking.com, and others, correct?
Correct, correct.
Okay, and has the property come into compliance since you cited it?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, and could you please identify, is that the property?
Yes, it is.
All right, and we're looking at, whoops. It went away? Okay, so that's one of the properties, and where is that listed?
This is VRBO. This is what the initial sighting that was active. This link is currently down, and another link was brought up into activation.
So that's been taken down?
That's
as
been
of
taken
when?
down as of December of last year.
Okay, and there's a new site?
Yes, it's 2 new sites.
Okay, what are the other sites?
The Aspect site and the Indigo site.
Okay, so Indigo is on VRBO, correct?
It's a similar site. I'm not sure exactly.
Okay, and let me see. The other site is bookings.com?
The other site is Indigo, I believe the site is
Indigo?
named. Mhm.
Okay. Okay, I see it. I apologize. Okay, and when you discussed this with the property owner or their representative, what did they advise you?
Oh, that they took everything down and they were unaware of any sites being up. But it's been the same thing throughout the whole ordeal with this property, that it's the cat and mouse thing. It's one side goes down, another one goes up, one goes down, another one goes up.
Whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and do you remember the name of the representative for 102 Northeast 50 Holdings LLC?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, do you have the emails? Did they exchange emails with you?
No, no emails. It was by phone.
It was by phone, okay.
Mhm.
And it was always the same story, that they had taken all the sites down, that they were no longer, now, do you have any other testimony or evidence
I have,
regarding, hold on, let me just finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Regarding people being there for shorter periods of time, any discussions with any of the tenants?
I mean, I spoke with the neighbors, but nobody wanted to come in due to fear of retaliation. I have well, I have one here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I have a YouTube site, but I'm not sure if the firewall would allow it to play.
The YouTube site?
Yes.
And what is the YouTube site about?
It's a famous YouTuber that actually stayed in the property, that actually stated that it was an Airbnb
Oh, he did?
Yes.
On YouTube?
on YouTube.
And when was it that they stayed on the site?
It was, according to YouTube, it was 3 months ago that the video was uploaded.
Okay, okay. Do you have anything else to tell the board as to all the information that you considered in order to make a determination that it needed to come to the board?
No, that's about it. I mean,
Okay, all right. Ms. Kalis, please state your name.
Can I ask?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Sorry. Thank you. Those videos you mentioned, everything you've mentioned other than the listings that we see that are up there, are those introduced into?
Ian, can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
thank you.
Can't hear you.
Everything that you mentioned in your testimony, besides the listings that I see that are up on the screens, were those introduced into evidence?
yes.
They are, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to see the file. I did request it before the hearing.
When did you request it, sir?
Literally when I got here.
Oh.
Take a look at it.
All right.
Again,
Okay, I think that you do enough business in the city of Miami that you know
Yes.
who to call.
I understand, and I'll make the request, albeit after the fact of the hearing, because I wasn't permitted to get a continuance, even though I have been engaged again just a week ago after my client had to give up his existing counsel due to a conflict with the city. So be that as it may, I've got no more questions for you. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kalis?
Hey, I just want to, 1250 Northeast 87th Street. I just want to make sure, because there's some confusion. The property is which LLC? It's, can you?
The property is I apologize.
This is
102 Northeast 50 Holdings LLC.
And the single, but you're representing that property with Abe as the single owner of that LLC. Is that, I'm just making sure I understand.
I'm sorry. This is in regard to
Oh, I'm sorry.
102
Okay, well,
Northeast
so
50th
here's what
Street.
I'll say. So you're not going to say that. It's fine. I'm just making sure that we're the right one, but I believe it's Abe's property because Abe, I live next door to Abe, as you may remember, in a meeting with Abe. He told me that he owned this property and he rents it. He didn't say for short-term rentals. I also met Edgar Teffel, who I just learned is Alex, the gentleman that you spoke to, his brother. He says that he develops and manages properties for Abe. Abe also said the same thing. I also think that you said, and this is that you use like their feeders that are used from one site to go to a different house. So that is what I have to say and what I know under testimony. What I will ask you guys, which is something, is that there are people that own LLCs that are being used in a manner that is inappropriate and I don't think is legal. I come from a place where when people use multiple LLCs to commit different crimes, different statutes are used, which is out of the boundary of this organization. However, I would also like to note that the neighbors did not want to testify because they said they were afraid of retaliation. I'd like to go on the record to say that there was a 70-something-year-old Marine who was supposed to come from my street that did not want to come tonight to testify because Abe called him and said, you know, I can buy the house next door to you and do the same thing. So
I have to object to her as a witness and testimony.
Please don't interrupt her. You'll have
you can
time to
object
speak.
to
Don't
me in
interrupt.
court. What I'm testifying to what I know and what I've heard, which
There's
I'm
a
allowed to
vendetta
do, and they
against
don't
my
have to
client. This
consider
property
it.
has nothing to do with
They
it.
don't have to consider it.
Now, let me just, board members, as you know, and I'm doing it more for the benefit of our newer board members. Formal rules of evidence do not apply. Just, the board just has to make sure that there's due process. So council will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness and we'll see.
And what I'll say is that coming to these meetings, it's hard and people get scared, especially when people have money and they pretend they have influence.
Yes.
So do you have a question for me, sir?
Did you call in a complaint with regard to 102 Northeast 50th Street?
Which one is it? I'm so sorry.
102 Northeast 50th Street,
Is
the
this
subject
the-
property to this
This is the
violation.
property that we're hearing right
Here
now.
right now, I believe I did call in a complaint, but I believe there was one before that, sir.
What was the basis for calling in the complaint on this?
Oh, sure, absolutely. So we saw it, so on the listing site when we were looking for the other ones, because we had so many disturbances, we were advised to look for listings, and that's how we do it. So we saw that other one, and I realized that it was the property that Abe said he had owned, and we had a lovely conversation when I first met him. Thank you. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to watch the video with the guy?
I would love to. I haven't seen it.
Let's watch the video, please.
Watch the video.
I don't know what the inside of the house looks like and how anybody
Well, I guess we'll all get to
can
see it.
treat that
This is your
unless it
client.
shows the outside of the house.
Let's see.
The tour of this house. There's a room. Doing a washing and dryer. So I guess this is my room. Oh, yeah, guess what? It's another room.
Look what it says in
Another room.
the caption of
He wants
the
it.
video.
Don't close it.
Book the Airbnb.
I do notice an Airbnb link
And that was 3 months ago. That was 3 months ago.
There's a railing right here, railing if you need help walking down the stairs.
Can you lower it a
This
little
is
bit
my
because
own
it's too high and we can't see it here in our TV?
Also, can we forward to see if we can see the outside of the house?
Oh, I think it's getting there. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you for staying with us. Vanilla Republic, Miami X Airbnb. Thank you.
Villa Republic.
I don't know what house, I don't know who that is.
That's the Villa Republic. You saw that already?
I did notice a link in the comments to request an Airbnb. Can we click on that link? Can we see how that goes?
Yeah, click the link.
Me with a mask on,
That's,
coming back.
that's the Villa Republic, though. Click the link.
Villa Republic. It's not an address. I don't know what that is.
Just click on
Right.
there.
It's not an address, but it's the
Okay,
name
so-
advertised. I'm sorry, you're not advertising that name.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best
Yeah, you could just skip the ad. You got 2 seconds, might as well skip the ad.
way to make
Go
money
there,
on
press
Amazon is not
P-
with
Go ahead.
PS.
The same thing. On
Yeah.
YouTube.
Oh, there it is. Go back to the front. Go back. Wait, go back to the front so you can see the front of it. Go back to the beginning.
See one.
There you go. Keep going. Back to the beginning.
That's a patio.
It's the backside.
Neighbors outside, pool.
Wait, can we click the link though?
These are upstairs, this is a glass shell.
Mr. Santos.
Yeah, where is that?
I did notice a link, an Airbnb link.
Yeah,
Is that active?
Yeah,
Is
we're
it-
gonna click it right now. We're gonna
Okay.
click it.
I mean, I'd like to see it because again,
it's not active at the moment, but
it's a beautiful video.
We
I don't
need,
know
we
what it
need to move
proves.
this along so we can hear the rest of the cases. We only have 40
It's, yeah.
minutes to go.
City manager, do you have a recommendation here?
My boss, I don't have don't know, you can ask him.
All right.
Are you
Or
resting?
director.
Can I ask you, are there any links still active for the
Yeah,
rental of this
there's,
property?
There are 2 links that's still active.
I think you mentioned Indigo is one of them, and the other one is Aspect,
Villa.
which I wrote it here on my notes. So yes,
And
those are
and
the
when you
two.
notified the owner of all the listings, they
Well,
told you they took
I told him
everything?
that he still had active links.
He notified the owner on 12/23, and he said he took them down. He took Verbo down, and there are 2 new sites, which is Aspect and Indigo. He said that.
And how did you contact the owner?
He contacted.
By
Oh, he
phone.
contacted
Yeah,
you,
phone,
okay,
yeah.
and he said he took them down to the best of
Yeah.
his ability after, okay. No, that's it.
That's
I've
it?
got nothing
Do I
else. Thank
have a
you.
motion?
So
Do I have a recommendation?
What's the
And-
city's
and it's
recommendation?
also
City
on,
attorney, do we
it's
have-
also on, just so this is on the record, it's still on Villa Republic,
City-
Miami as
City attorney,
well.
what is the recommendation?
Well,
We need to
I do
rule
have
on this?
I do have one more thing. I want to enter into evidence in the record. A lease for this property.
Oh, good. Is it the same one? Let me see if the font is the same.
It's the same form. It's the same owner using the same form.
Well, of course, he lives in,
It is,
in
it
New
is
York.
from October to July of this year to a tenant for over 6 months and a day.
Oh, that's still, in a non-transit zone, you're still illegal, so don't even bother. It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna put it in the record anyway.
Yeah, it's illegal. It doesn't matter. I can create on my
Because the
own.
law is anything 6
backdated.
months and a day or more is non-transient. And
It's
that
a-
you can look up in the
It's in a
state
transit
statute.
zone, it's illegal.
It's non-transient. Anything 6 months and a day or longer
is
in the
a
state of
transit
Florida
zone?
is
No, no.
non-transient.
So what council is reflecting is the definition of transient use in the state versus the city versus other
It's different.
municipalities. So the state deems it 6 months and a day, other municipalities do 6 months and a day. We in the city, Miami say 30 days.
30 days in the city.
Exact same font. It must be the same.
Okay, so, did you
Yes,
tell
it's
It's a
him
different
what we're
lease signed
looking
by a
for?
different tenant who's there
Actually,
through the end of
handwriting
July.
looks the same.
It is a different lease. Thank you.
We're
right.
requesting, guilty, 5 days to come into compliance, $1,000 a day,
This
and
is the first time?
$5,000 irreparable. This is the first time this property owner has come before, even though they're not here, right?
Well, even though they were cited in 23?
Oh, I have no idea they were cited.
September 2023. How can they only be here one time? Has it taken us?
Because this case was previously scheduled at times that there was no quorum. One other time, there was a concern with the notice.
But 9
That's why.
months?
Is that correct?
Yes.
This is the one.
9 months. It's taken the city 9 months.
No, I am not gonna, I'm sorry, Ms. Bayona, I will disagree. It was scheduled to be heard and there was no quorum.
That's one.
Then it was scheduled to be heard and there was an issue with the notice. Is that correct, Mr. Charles?
Yes.
There was a concern and erring in the side of caution. Now it's the third time and we are adjudicating now.
So, again,
Motion as stated.
Do I have a second?
second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry, it was,
So just to repeat, guilty 5 days, $1,000 a day thereafter,
5,000
5,000
irreparable
irreparable.
harm. Do you want the lease for the record, so when they come back next time?
Melanie, and we have some mitigations that we're gonna hear, but we still
Well,
have
wait a
two
minute.
short-term vacation rentals,
We still
1201
have-
Northeast 83rd Street. You have that page?
Okay, this
What
is
page?
page 11.
Page 11.
The address is 1201 Northeast 83rd Street. Case number 000-91841, page 11, address 1201 Northeast 83rd Street.
Please state your name and address.
Ian Pacheco, Bakerman LLP, 98 Southeast 7th Street, here on behalf of for the alleged violator, 1201 83rd Holdings LLC.
Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
I guess this is the same
And
gentleman?
I would also, just for the
Yeah,
record,
he has 15 corporations.
ask for continuance.
something like that, With all the properties.
Okay, let me ask, what page number, Melanie? were you on?
11.
11. Okay, thank you. Inspector, state your name and official position.
Inspector Rivera, Code of Compliance, after our unit.
Okay, did you issue a citation to the property at 1201 1201 Northeast 83rd Street?
Yes,
Okay, and did you provide me with your file in this case?
yes,
And what we've marked as Exhibit A are the photographs that you obtained of the residents as well as the short-term rental listings and comments by individuals that had stayed there for short terms,
yes,
correct?
yes,
Okay, and what we've marked as Exhibit B are the records of the property appraiser.
yes,
And Exhibit C are the official notices and summonses required by Florida law, correct?
yes.
Okay, we'd like to introduce A, B, and C into the record.
Admit it.
Okay, Inspector, you cited the property at 1201 Northeast 83rd Street for illegal short-term rental and for violation of the transit zone requirements, which provides that the use is not allowed in the zoning district, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you've also marked it as a repeat violation requesting immediate compliance, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and with regard to the citation that you are seeking repeat violation, you posted the property May 13th of this year, correct?
yes.
Okay, and have you had any conversations with the property owner?
Only one time.
Okay. And what was that conversation about?
So to give a timeline, this was a complaint initially. I cited them back in March 26, 2024. The case is 84934. Same thing, short-term rental, the same two violations, use not allowed in a transit zone. The owner called me, or the representative called me. He said he didn't know about that. He had subleased it to somebody else and they were the ones doing it. I said, okay, no harm, no foul. Just make sure you take off all the listings, delete everything. And he said he would. He did. And pretty much April 12th came and I complied the case. I held on for a little bit just to see if they took everything down. He did. And then April 12th, I complied it. So then fast forward, May 7th, another complaint that the posting was still up and it was still being used as Airbnb. Again, the owner, this time he called me. He said, oh, I'm gonna take it down. I told him, no, I've heard this story. So that's why we're here. I brought him to the board.
So this is not a repeat violation?
It's not. It's a recurring.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so
Fair
it's
enough.
not repeat?
No, it is not.
Okay, this is the first time you've brought the property
be
owner to the
adjudicated.
board?
Yes. the board.
Okay, okay, so it's not repeat. My apologies, board members. Okay, and in addition to the photographs, do you have any body cam evidence?
The property is gated, so I have no access in there. Like I said, the first time the representative or the owner called me, he said he was gonna take it down and he took it down. The second time, same person, so he knew, and like I said, he called me. But only the first time when I went there was some cleaning people there. I was able to go in and take the pictures, but other than that, the gate is locked and there's really no way for me to get access to the property.
Inspector Rivera, so you spoke with the ladies, the individuals that were cleaning the house?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
I went up there and I told them what were they doing? Were they renting there? Are they the ones staying there? They said they were just cleaning, but they had no idea what was going on.
Okay.
And I asked them if I could go everywhere else in the property. They said no.
Okay.
So I just walked in front of the property and took the pictures and got out of left the gate or left the property.
Okay, so you didn't ask them if I wanted to rent it, who do I contact or anything like that?
No, they told me they didn't know anything.
Okay, okay. And do you have any other information or evidence you want to share with the board?
As of today, I noticed earlier that the VRBO site is down, but the Airbnb one is still up. I went in there and did 4 days and apparently you can still book it.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. If we can have the witness, do you want to cross?
Yes, thank you. Is it a violation to have cleaning ladies in your house?
What was that?
Is it a violation to have cleaning ladies clean your house?
I don't understand that last.
Did you actually witness a violation when you went to the property?
For the second time, yes.
When you saw the cleaning people at the house, did you witness a violation at that time?
Violation of what?
That was
A
already.
short-term rental.
Yes,
That's
by
what I'm
that
asking.
point,
That's my question.
By that point, I had already done
They
my
were-
research. I looked at the websites, I looked at everything, and I just wanted to go make sure, double check that it was a house.
So
And like I s-
your violation was based solely on the links you found?
Well, the links, and like I said, if you try to book it, the website says minimum 3 days. So when I try to do that, I'm not gonna do the whole thing. And then, like I said, I went over there just to double check that it was a property, because there's maybe one picture from the front of the property on the website. And when I went, I was able to see the front of the property, and I took the picture. That's where I took the picture from.
Right, so you went to confirm that what you saw on the website was the actual
yes.
pictures of the property that was being advertised as an Airbnb?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And that reservation that you made, was it confirmed?
What was that?
Was the reservation that you made when you used that link, was it confirmed?
Oh, no, I didn't do the whole thing. I just went in there, and right before, I guess it says that you'd have to log in and pay for it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Yeah, you were able to reserve the dates.
What was that?
It took you, the website, sorry.
Oh, yes.
Website
Yes.
took you that you were able to reserve the dates.
Yes.
So
Okay.
if it would have been
Okay.
off there, it wouldn't have.
I included a screenshot
Yeah,
of just what I tried to do earlier today.
exactly. I got you.
Thank you
Counsel.
for that clarification. So that is in the record, that's in the file? Okay.
Yes.
Counsel, just a quick
Okay.
question.
Yes.
Why is it that your client allows for the website to list and show his or her property and allow for a booking to even be booked?
He doesn't control the website or what the booking allows. The websites allow people to request reservations, which have to be then reviewed and confirmed before any reservation is actually granted.
I understand.
And they don't accept anything less than 30 days, which is the city's code requirement.
No, the code requirement in this zone is not 30 days.
You need to do
it's
your
more than
homework,
a year.
counsel.
Okay, the only reason why I was asking that, counsel, because,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not, I don't think you.
Well, no.
Hold on, let me just respond.
Yeah.
I don't think you are intentionally trying to insult our intelligence.
No.
Right? But I think the person that you're representing is.
Well, if they are, and that's what you believe, that's what you're going to make your decision based
Correct.
on. I understand that.
So
No,
so when you ask
my-
him
my-
that
my
question,
job-
I'm gonna
My
speak up
job
for
is to
him.
preserve
say,
my client's
I
rights.
agree.
And to make a record here. in
And
this
we're
forum.
making a record. I'm asking,
Yes.
why is your client even allowing it to happen if there's no intention to book it?
I have a question.
Okay.
Is somebody handling this particular Airbnb for him? Does he have a company that he's using?
He's not.
I mean, he doesn't know.
He's
No, because
denying.
you have companies that.
We
went ahead and-
literally just pled not guilty to short-term
That's,
rentals.
that's not my question. You're not
I
answering.
can't
my
answer
question.
that question. Thank
Okay,
you.
you cannot answer your question because you want to plead the
Because
fifth.
there's nobody
What is
there
interesting
managing
is,
anything.
for the record, is that
Not
this
pleading
company,
the fifth.
excuse me, this company, this house was purchased on December 30th, 2021. Did you know that?
I did not.
Okay, here, now you know. And I'm going to tell you more stuff that you probably don't know.
Yeah.
What happened is that this company was purchased with a quitclaim deed by a corporation named Novalis LLC. That corporation was opened on 2022 by a Veronica Berhamu. So I assume that this person was handling the Airbnb at the time. And then your client, which is the same gentleman that owns all these houses in the Northeast that we have witnessed here today, went ahead and opened up another corporation. So he kind of became inactive, and then somebody else opened it again, active, but not with his name. So he opened up a second one on 1/29/2024 with his name and his Brooklyn address.
Okay.
So he's been involved in this property for quite some time, obviously doing the Airbnb. We don't know how long, correct?
Right.
Because he just got
Inspector,
cited.
can you read the comment that was left by Curtis K. on April 12th, 2024 regarding this villa?
It says our group of 10 stayed in this villa for 5 days. Also, in addition to that.
No, keep
No,
reading.
read that.
Keep reading. Hello.
And didn't want to leave.
And didn't want to leave. The person.
The pictures.
Oh, the pictures don't do property justice. I was skeptical with booking because they looked like the house may be outdated, but it really is just the architect style. The actual condition and finishes of the house are beautiful, and we were pleasantly surprised. To top it off, the service was top notch. The manager, Edgar, was communicative and responsive, and was able to set up phone chef for our stay.
A private chef.
A private chef, private chef for our stay. Don't hesitate to book. We will definitely be back.
So he had an agent.
We have to get him glasses.
Stayed 4 nights.
And this is April 2023, so this was the time that he had that other.
Madam Chair, there's 17 reviews listed here. There's a YouTube video. I don't know what other proof we need.
Okay, but we do have the neighbor that has been patiently sitting. Thank you, Mr. Inspector.
Do you have a recommendation?
Did you already testify?
Yeah, I want to get this on record, so we'll just
Not
do
on
that. It's the
this
same
one.
thing, and you're gonna object. I get it.
No,
I
no,
get
I'm,
it.
no
1250
objections. Go ahead.
Northeast 87th Street, Ashley Kalis. Just to want to say that Abe told me that he owned the property. He's my immediate neighbor. He owned this property. Edgar Tethel, who I've met, I have his cell phone. That Edgar said that he develops and manages the properties for Abe. Alex is new to me recently, but I believe if you saw that aspect listing, that was under Alex's name. And that you said that advertisements are used as feeders. Again, I would ask that using multiple LLCs to do this is a request of the board, is very disruptive. You know, the other thing I want to say directly to you, and I talked a bit about intimidation, as I will also testify that your client, when we complained about us, told us that we had little things coming out of the back of our seawall, and that if we weren't careful, we could be reported to code and get in trouble. My husband took them down. They were just like old PVC pipes, but I don't really appreciate that. And I'm not the sort of person who gets intimidated. So thank you. I'm just testifying to what I have. But I would also just say these are disruptive. It's bad for the community. And the request is simply stop and have illegal use. Within Miami, you have places where you can do short-term rentals. Invest your money in legal places. Thank you.
Thank you. What is the city recommending?
We're
ready.
we,
Wait, he needs to be able to, do you have a question for me? You were supposed to, do you have any questions? Sorry.
I don't have any
No,
questions
Ms.
for
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
That's,
we're requesting guilty finding, 5 days to come into compliance, $1,000 a day thereafter, and a $5,000 irreparable.
I do have one, I do just have one question before you make your motion.
Motion moved.
It
Wait.
was,
hold on.
it was stated on the record that this is a first offense.
That is correct.
That is correct.
The
That's
vi-
why I went to 1,000.
For this address?
Well, yeah, but my concern is technical in nature, that the violation itself was issued as a repeat violation. So the violation itself is defective.
I corrected it on the record.
Okay.
Were it a repeat, it would be 5 days, $5,000 a day, $15,000. So
Irreparable.
we're recommending guilty,
5,000.
5 days, $1,000 a day thereafter, and what did we say? $5,000 irreparable.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do you have another one? Because we're on a roll.
I have, not a short-term rental, a mitigation, completely
Okay.
unrelated.
We'll
different.
be right there.
we're good.
Hold on.
We're gonna
Are
be
there-
right with you.
We
There's
have
one
one
We're on a
more.
roll. Bring on the.
As a
Airbnb.
promise, we'll bring you back, since, you know.
What's
Thank
the
you.
address of the other one?
So 3287 Brooker Street.
Okay, this is page 17. The case number, the address is 3287 Brooker Street. Case number 000-93178, page 17.
Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Good evening.
Name and address.
My name is George Martinez. I'm representing the owners that couldn't be here today.
I know, but what is your address, Mr.
I'm
Martinez?
sorry, 7345 Southwest 113th Court,
I know.
Miami, Florida, 33173.
Thank you. Guilty or not guilty?
He's guilty of what they're accusing him, but he already corrected it on the website.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Okay.
What page
This is
number, Melanie?
This was, I'm sorry.
17.
This was page 17.
Okay, very good. All right, this was a special event and a short-term rental?
Yes,
Legal
ma'am.
operating business and residential.
Okay, please state your name and official position.
Inspector Laquita Smith in the Southeast office.
Okay, and did you issue a citation to the property at 3287 Brooker Street?
Yes.
Okay, and did you provide me with your file in this case?
Repeat it again?
Yes.
Did you provide me with your file in this case?
Yes.
And what we've marked as Exhibit A are the emails, the documents from the building department, your photographs of the violations, and your notes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what we've marked as Exhibit B are the records of the property appraiser, correct?
Correct.
And the records that we marked as Exhibit C are the official notices and summonses required by Florida law?
Yes.
Okay. We'd like to introduce A, B, and C into the record.
Admit it.
Okay, so the representative for the property owner has pled guilty and it's, the use is not allowed in the transit zone, and it's marked life safety. Is there a life safety component?
Yes, so what's going on here is they're using this property as an Airbnb, and if they don't rent it out as an Airbnb, the backyard is used as a venue, like a hall. So the neighbors have been calling the police in regards to this situation, and they have came to us.
Okay, so the special event is the life safety, got it.
Yes,
And you also cited them for removal of required landscape or failure to maintain the required landscaping?
yes,
And you cited them for work performed without a permit?
yes.
And what was that?
The work performed without a permit was,
The construction in the rear of the
construction in the rear
property?
of the property,
The
yes.
illegal basketball court, the customer restroom, the awning, the wet bar, the paving of the patio, the artificial grass, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and they're also illegally operating a business in a residential zone.
correct.
Okay, did I already ask you to?
I have a question. So they're renting the patio as a, like they do now, that they rent the patios for a party or whatever, and it says 15 people, I have a barbecue in the setting, and you rent,
Yes,
besides renting the house as an Airbnb?
correct.
So they're doing double whammy?
Yes.
Okay, great.
So I'd like to introduce A, B, and C.
Yes,
Okay, you accept
admit
it?
it, yes.
Okay,
I
thank you.
did say that.
So when you cited the property, did you have any conversations with the property owner?
Yes, I contacted the property owner. I asked for access to the rear of the property to get a better look of what's going on in the back, and he denied the access, so.
Okay,
That was it.
but you were able to obtain photographs and information, correct?
Yes, from the media, social media sites.
From the social media, well, it's the party house. Similar to Miami Beaches. So, okay, and did you recently check the listings on Pier Space and other short-term rental spaces as well?
The listings have been removed.
And what about Pier Space? That's for $125 an hour for a tropical space to have an event, like if you want to have a
That's in the
wedding
backyard.
or, right?
Right.
Has that been taken down?
Yes,
Okay, so we're requesting a guilty finding, 5 days to come into compliance, $1,000 a day thereafter until compliance is achieved, and a $5,000 irreparable. Now, is the property now in compliance?
Except for the construction work without permits.
Except for the
use violations are complied.
right.
Okay, so she can close the Airbnb, within 5 days, once she's verified that they're not in there and the events are down. But where is your client on the status of permits and whatnot?
Okay, first of all, I want to clear something up. My client has not rented that for Airbnb. They were renting that, and it was his son that was renting that for, I just want to clarify it since he brought that property. The gentleman is a retired correctional officer, and him and his wife live in that property. His son was renting that for parties and stuff of groups that they had, and then they had a complaint from a neighbor that they don't get along. And this is what's going on with that. And then when they got the violation, he took everything down when he was notified, and he's starting to correct all the things that the officer has explained that they did without a permit, the basketball court, I think it's, she was talking about a pergola, an illegal bathroom that's there on the left side that he's gonna start, he's doing the survey, he's doing the plans to get it corrected. But he's been living there ever since he brought that property. So the Airbnb thing, he's not renting that out, even though, and because that's really like his son was doing things for parties, for his groups and people, and that's actually what they were doing. And I'm telling you, because I spoke to him in details for several hours. I walked through the property, and then we're doing what we need to do to correct the violations that she put here on this. And the first thing he did was took everything down that his son had done with MySpace and all the other stuff that they were doing. And this all came because they were doing parties at night with his son and stuff. And And this is where all this started.
Well, so he wasn't living there.
Yeah, both of them lived there.
Well, how can he allow them the partying if he was there with
because
his
he
wife?
didn't-
Okay, you're right. I misread. It's not an Airbnb. The site was for the special events.
Right, it's for the
Did you
event.
cite him for an Airbnb?
Yes, I did. Because the original complaint came in as an Airbnb and event space. However, when I asked for access, they did not give me access to the property.
Right, because they have all these illegalities and they have the house prepped up for parties.
Right.
No, we don't have a notice of violation for short-term rental.
for
What we
use not
have
allowed.
is use
Not
not allowed in the zoning district, the transit zone, the life safety issue, that's that special events things. That's why when you said it, I looked again. They removed the required landscape and they did work without a permit. There's a significant amount of illegal work out there. And they were illegally operating a business in the residential zone.
So what is the city recommending?
We are recommending guilty, 5 days, $1,000 a day until compliance is achieved, and a $5,000 irreparable.
Do I have a motion?
I want to say something because I don't understand, because he's not going to be able to correct the things that he needs to do in 5 days. And I was speaking to the officer and I was speaking to them. We're going to need at least 90 days.
He shouldn't have started it.
Get the
He shouldn't
plans and permitting.
He should have done it.
The
He
problem
knows
that you
that's
have,
illegal.
the problem that you
Okay,
have.
he's renting a patio for parties. How can he not know that is not legal? How can he not know that?
So here's
I mean-
here's a recommendation. The 5 days because of the zoning violation, you're gonna request an extension of time, and at that time, once she closes the special event, then it cannot happen because we're gonna proceed as a repeat, okay? But at that time, we'll give you additional time.
Right, so how it'll read is, this is the recommendation. She will go out and review to be sure that it's not listed on the property.
Right.
You need to give her access to the back so
Not a
that
problem.
she can document.
Within how many days? I would say I would give her
Before-
access within the next 5
before the
days.
5 days.
Okay.
And then you can then file for an extension of time. In the meantime, what will have happened is the special event issue will have been closed based on any, sightings
correct.
down. And if your client holds one special event, it goes up to $5,000 a day retroactive to when she cited him, and a $15,000 fine. So he needs to understand that we're not playing around. You can't have a party house,
Right.
okay? So that's our recommendation.
Okay, do I have a motion? Guilty, 5 days, $1,000 per diem, $5,000 irreparable harm.
Motion.
And the inspector has to go have access to the property within 5 days.
And that's how she can comply the other.
So I have a
violations.
motion, do I have a
Motion
second?
as stated.
All in favor? Aye.
Okay, Madam
Thank
Chair. At this time,
We got 10 minutes.
we are calling up the mitigations. Ladies and gentlemen, so that you understand, if you're to be heard, the first time here is not heard tonight, you are just getting additional time.
What does she have?
It's going to be reset
Okay, so
to another time,
We said we're
another
gonna hear
day.
the Airbnbs, so let her.
she has a short-term vacation rental.
Okay.
We have mitigations. I have right
Okay,
in
but
the
this will
front
be
row.
fast.
Okay.
You'll be fast. Let's go. Airbnb, the last one. We're on a roll
What is the
tonight.
address, please?
Page 105, 2960 Southwest 17th Street.
Please don't leave until
Page
such time
105,
as.
the address is 2960 Southwest 17th Street. Case number 000-85110, page
Short-term rental.
105.
Is the property owner here? Oh, this is the same young lady that handles the Airbnbs.
Page.
She's here again. Does she have proper standing? She didn't last week or the week before that. Thank you. Please state your name and address.
Page 105, sorry.
Yes, please. I need one person who speaks Spanish.
I can't hear
Can't
you.
hear you.
I need one person who speaks Spanish, please.
Translator, please. This lady needs translation.
My name is Monica Puente. The address is 2916 Southwest 17th Street.
Guilty or not guilty?
Sí.
Guilty. Thank you.
Okay, Inspector, state your name and,
Vanessa Pino,
Yes.
Compliance Southeast Office.
thank you, I'm so tired. Okay, did you issue a citation to the property at 2960 Southwest 17th Street?
Yes,
Okay, and did you provide me with your file in this case?
yes.
And what we've marked as Exhibit A is your research on the city's building department sites, as well as any listings and photographs that you obtained of the violations, correct?
Yes,
Exhibit B are the records of the property appraiser.
yes,
And Exhibit C are the notices and summonses required by Florida law, is that correct?
yes,
We'd like to introduce Exhibits A, B, and C into the record.
Admit it.
Okay, and you cited the property for illegal short-term rental, use not allowed in the transit zone, work performed without a permit, or permit not finalized, and addition of illegal units, correct?
yes.
Okay, and have you had discussions with the property owner?
Not with the owner directly, a representative of his, and with the lady that's here.
Okay, and what were those discussions?
So first, I want to say I received this via my NRO of my area because there was a very large party, supposedly with 200 to 300 people. The images there are from the records from police, reference the loud music. There was supposedly a crash, bullets found, and this was around St. Patty's Day. So that's where the complaint came from. I found the listing on Airbnb. There's extensive remodeling to the entire house on the inside, and the exterior, there's a patio with a deck that was redone, and a shed, a utility room, and all of the remodeling without permits. The garage has been enclosed, and it's its own independent unit as well, with
And-
a bedroom and a bathroom.
And is the property still listed on short-term rental sites?
They did email me with a lease for a permanent tenant, and the listing was removed as of May 28th.
Okay, have you complied it yet?
No.
No, okay. And has, have they given you access to see the work performed without a permit?
No, I have the photos from the listing, and that's where I observed that everything has been remodeled. They did not give me access, nor did I ask for, because I had all the photos from the listing, which are attached to the case in a Word document with screenshots.
Okay, so we're requesting, do you have anything else to add?
She's been in communication with me. I told her everything they need to do, and they need more time. They did take very long to take down the listing. They said they weren't aware that the tenant was doing this, and they had already sent me the lease, and I was like, hey, the listing is still active. You need to get that removed. So now it's not active anymore as of May 28th.
Okay, so we're requesting a guilty, 5 days to come into compliance, $1,000 a day thereafter, $5,000 irreparable, and
Access to the property.
they need to give you access to the property before you can comply.
Within
the
5 days.
Short-term rental.
I would say with 5 days.
Motion as stated.
Do I have a second?
Second. Oh,
Yeah, no.
There,
Oh, sorry.
listen to her.
Would you like to say something?
Sí. Primero, antes que nada, el dueño no estaba enterado de esto, el inquilino fue el que hizo esta renta y ya fue quitado totalmente el inquilino. Ahora hay un inquilino anual. Siempre nos hemos comunicado con la inspectora, hemos estado al tanto. Lo que ella me ha dicho, nosotros lo hemos hecho. En la parte de atrás, nosotros queremos hacer un permiso ya que compramos la casa y ya estaba todo hecho. No es que es unas modificaciones nuevas. Pero pese a eso, vamos a acatar lo que ustedes nos digan, pero queremos hacer los permisos como la ley rige. La parte de atrás es algo que se puede quitar. Si ustedes nos dan la orden, la quitamos totalmente.
No se puede quitar hasta que no pidas un permiso.
Sí, nosotros queremos hacer el permiso. Le dije a la señora inspectora, ya estamos haciendo los planos. Tengo el nuevo survey aquí, si ustedes quieren ver, donde está ya incluido todo para poder someter a la ciudad para sacar los permisos, pese a que no lo compramos ya así.
Although we bought it that way.
You don't know. that.
Queremos que nos den un tiempo, yo me comprometo a sacar los permisos pertinentes
We need the time.
para
to get the
tener todo
permits, to get
legalizado,
everything
pese a que
in
nosotros no lo
compliance.
hicimos, pero
They
queremos
bought the
hacerlo.
property on August 9th, 2021. So they've had the property for almost 4 years.
Sí, pero ya estaba todo creado, no estaba nada.
But she's
Ajá.
had the property. for
Y
4
la parte
years.
trasera no hemos hecho ninguna modificación, eso fue entregado así.
That hasn't
El
changed from
dueño,
when they purchased
Oh,
it.
here it is.
realmente el dueño no estaba al tanto de todas estas
The
cosas de
owner did not
violaciones
know
y
that there was all
tampoco
these
todo se
violations.
vio después de que el
And all
inquilino
this happened after the
sin
tenant
ningún permiso
without
subarrendara,
permission
hiciera esto.
was
Entonces,
doing the
después que
Airbnb.
fue el inspector es que nos dimos cuenta y ahora estamos aquí dispuestos a hacer todo lo que ustedes nos digan, sacar todos los permisos
Now they're trying
y
to
solo
get
queremos
everything
que
in
nos den un tiempo
compliance.
nada más.
Thank you. So I have a first, I have a second. Do I have a second?
Yes, I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Guilty, 5 days, $1,000, $5,000 irreparable harm, $1,000 daily, and then the inspector needs to be provided access to the property within 5 days. So make sure.
Calling.
you-
Thank you.
Next.
Wait. We're gonna help you here. Okay, so the first one is the
There's a elderly
Lady.
lady that is a mitigation that we're gonna hear now. Melanie, please.
Yeah, thank you.
He's right. He's giving you the case information. Then we're gonna hear mitigations. The good news for everyone else is getting EOTs, extensions of time, or if we are here to adjudicate you,
who is here on an extension of time?
right?
We only have 2 extension of time.
They're getting time,
Okay.
because,
They're
So
gonna
you
get
want me to
time.
call this mitigation first?
yes, ma'am, that,
Yeah.
Calling page 1.
Hold on. So the extensions of time can leave.
yes, we're gonna give them time.
Who is here on a new to be heard?
Yo no quiero.
You are gonna get time because we're not gonna reach your case, so you probably won't be reset till August. So you're gonna have time to come into compliance.
Not today.
I would suggest you start working towards
No,
compliance.
there are no hearings in August.
September.
September, there's no August.
Okay, please, sir. The chairwoman wants to know your name and your mother's name. or-
What page are we
This
looking
is a
at?
mitigation in the city view agenda, page 1. The address is 480 Southwest 62nd Court, case number CE 2020-019-429, page 1, city view agenda. This case is 1,005 days old.
But is it a single-family home?
Yes, it's a T3R. The address is 480 Southwest 62nd Court?
Yes.
Thank you.
480 Southwest 62nd Court.
Got it.
What page is this?
This is page 1
Page 1 in city
in the
view.
front.
The total amount of the fine is the lien is 150,000.
750.
This is a, single-family property. The violations,
Mitigation. Have a
Were
seat.
performed without a permit, finalized and complied in March 2025.
right, and this was for a driveway and an aluminum roof.
Okay,
They're fully complied. The respondent can speak for themselves, but it's the elderly lady.
what is the city
Well-
recommending?
0.
Any cost?
Motion for zero.
0.
Motion for zero.
First and second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
0. Thank you for waiting. Take care.
Here you go.
Sorry.
Have a
to
seat.
make
Wait
you
for
wait
your
so long.
order, please.
Sir,
Calling the
don't
next
leave.
mitigation.
The next
You have
mitigation,
to wait, but
Please
you gotta
get
get
your
a piece
order.
of paper. Make sure you keep that.
which is the next one?
It's page 257. This is in the code check agenda. The address is 1526 Northwest 2nd Avenue, case number 000-35661, page 257, code check agenda. This is at 253 days old.
What's the page again?
257 is the page number.
Hi, please state your name and address.
Hi, good afternoon, board. Good evening.
Ones that have closings coming up after this one? Okay? Okay, hold on.
Okay, please state your name and address.
Brian Dombrowski, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. This is a vacant lot. The notices were inadvertently being sent to the wrong address. We hadn't changed the address correctly on so then my client, when they were going to pull some title work for the site, they discovered this. They reached out to the inspector. They got it cured within, I think, 20 days after they discovered this issue. So we're asking for a mitigation here today.
How many days?
253
All I
days.
can do for you, Anishka.
So this was a duplex property, so we're not on the matrix under the code. It's a vacant lot. It was a failure to register and there was some illegal dumping on the site.
For this one.
If there's no recommendation,
What is the city?
Motion.
257. Hold on.
City Attorney, do we have a recommendation?
I have a recommendation.
So they
It's
would-
an empty lot. It's 253 days. It's $63,250.
How much is
You
the
know, there was a
total?
problem with a notice.
How much is the total accrual?
There was a problem with the notice. They got.
What's your, what are you proffering?
Give me something reasonable.
He says issue the notice.
5,000?
Okay, 5,000.
Do I have a motion for 5,000?
Sure, motion for 5,000.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Should have said 0.
All in favor?
No.
Aye.
Aye. 5,000.
Thank you, Brian. I
Don't
appreciate
leave.
that.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Okay, hold on.
Calling page.
Wait.
You gotta
We're
wait for the order.
calling, the next case that we're calling is 275 Winwood Prime LLC.
This is page 275 in the code check agenda. The address is 300 Northwest 29th Street. Case number 000-31122, page 275.
So let me say this for the record, members of the board. This is a violation of graffiti alone. Tomorrow, I will be making a presentation on an amendment to the code that is being presented or initiated by the chairwoman, where graffiti alone will not be adjudicated with fines because they're victimized. So if there's other violations, we're going to pursue it. But this, so therefore, I am requesting that this is zeroed out.
Motion for 0.
Second?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
0. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hold on.
Next case?
Can go to another one.
Whatever.
Okay. Calling page 20. This is in the City View agenda.
City View.
The address is 7552 Northeast Miami Court. Case number CE 2015-004-720. This is page 20 in the City View agenda. This is at 412 days old.
412.
Is this 7552 Northeast?
Page.
Yes, Northeast
How are you?
Miami
Welcome
Court.
back.
Thank you.
We haven't seen you in a couple of weeks.
I'm trying to tell you, I was here last
You
month.
you can't hide from us. Here we go. All right,
Is it
so
over
this
here?
this qualifies as single family residential.
Right?
Yes.
Let's see here, T5R, 103,000.
And this is what?
Say
Obviously, it
what's
qualifies.
Code is requesting a lower to $500.
Can you afford $500?
Yes.
Motion
I
for
hope so.
$500.
I have a
I would hope, I
second.
prefer 0, but.
0.
Motion for 0.
Second.
Somebody said 500. Okay, 0, second, all in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
Even better. There you go.
Okay.
Happy summer.
One more.
Melanie, the next one that we're calling
I have-
is,
There's another one.
Oh,
The
she
next-
does?
There's another one.
Okay, she
It's the
is
same
page
thing.
22. The address is 7552 Northeast Miami Court. Case number CE 2010.
This is for 1 million.
011158, page 22 in the City View agenda.
Same
This
thing.
one is at 4,348 days.
Do I have a motion?
Can I say something on that
Yes,
one?
please.
That one, they received $7,000 already. And that lien has been there for over 10 years, way before I purchased it. And I've been in compliance.
No, on this one, my recommendation is $5,000.
This is the one that they've already, I think she already
Hey,
paid.
this is the one that she's already paid $7,000.
$7,000.
This is the one that I'm recommending $5,000.
Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion for 500.
Do I have
Second.
a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, this is one that was $1,087,000.
I know.
So 500?
Thank you so much. You guys don't know how much this means to me. I appreciate you guys so much.
Are you the principal of Jafar Enterprises LLC?
Yes.
Was there a second?
That was the
Yep.
second,
Okay,
yeah.
it was a second.
500, okay.
Okay, the next one is page 12, and the address is 528 Southwest 9th Avenue.
It's case number CE 2021-024, 339, page 12, address 528 Southwest 9th Avenue, 184 days.
Please state your name and address.
Hi, Ian Bachakov with
You
A Criminal
recommend this
Office, 98 Southeast 7th Street, here on behalf of HUSA LHJF LLC, owner of the property. This is a hotel with a rooftop restaurant. They received a violation for work without permit. They came in, they requested an extension. They got one. They worked towards getting it cured. Sorry, before the violation could be completely cured, we requested a second extension. Before that could even be heard, we brought it into compliance. This was going all the way back. The violation was issued in December of 2021. They got it into compliance in November of 2022, a week before the current ordinance came into effect that limits the amount of mitigation that can be requested. At that time, they were told the violation was closed.
Okay, we recommend 0.
Do I have a motion?
Second. I'm sorry, I'll
I need a
motion for
first.
0.
Yeah, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
0.
Thank you very much.
You got lucky.
No, it was.
I'm teasing
One,
you.
I got one.
There you go. That's a great way to look at it.
There you go.
Order, wait for your order.
Wait, don't leave.
Okay, but, you know.
Can call any other ones, or you have more? Okay. This is for page, I'm sorry. This is page 3. This is in the city view agenda. The address is 2749 Southwest 5th Street. Case number CE 2016-010484. This is page 3, city view agenda. Nobody here? Okay, next one. This is for page 9, city view agenda. Address 1790 Northwest 51st Street. Case number CE 2019-012-717. Nobody here?
They're right there.
Oh, you're
1790?
1790 Northwest 51st Street.
How many days?
This one is 1,749 days.
And
Does she
this-
need the microphone?
This is homesteaded.
It's a homestead.
So this is what page, Melanie?
This one is
9.
page 9.
9?
City view.
City view.
Okay, page 9, so we recommend 0.
Motion for 0.
Have a
Second.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Wait, don't leave, because you have to get a document signed by us that you have been
Hey.
released from. You're welcome. Next case?
Calling the next case.
Wait, the next case is page 268. The address is 3005 Southwest 24th Terrace.
This is at 210 days. It is page 268. The case number is 000278555.
It's a homestead.
210 days.
Madam Attorney, it's a homestead.
268.
This
State
is,
your name and address.
This was 210 days. It's a total of $105,000. Sir, do you have an offer for the board?
Well, the reason I didn't take care of it sooner was because I hired somebody to help me, and they were supposed to ask for an extension, and they never did. So I don't really have
Can you state your name and address? Sorry for the record.
Jorge Guim, 3005 Southwest 24th Terrace.
This is Green Mile Investment Group LLC, correct?
Yes.
Why is it
Did you wanna
listed here
talk?
as a homestead? when-
Jocelyn, it's not a homestead.
Well, it says, what is it, page 268?
Page 268.
258, sorry.
268.
268.
Good evening, Jocelyn Castillo, Co-Compliance Southeast. I've been in communication with this gentleman for the whole time. Like he was saying, he had just hired somebody that didn't do the, what they were supposed to do, and that's why it took this time. But like I said, I mean,
What address is this, 3005 Southwest
Yes,
24th
yes,
Terrace?
ma'am.
Yeah, it says here in our books that it's homesteaded, and
But
it's
it's not a
not.
homestead.
It is not homestead, and it's owned by an investment group.
Yep.
I bought the house for my daughter.
Failure to register a blighted failure to maintain, failure to,
No, that's not,
Comply.
those are not the violations.
Took a long time.
that's not it? Okay, my apologies, sorry.
It's work performed without a
Yeah.
finalized permit.
Took a long time to comply.
Applied in, March.
Yeah.
How much can you?
So
pay?
this was work performed without a permit, which was the permit for the front door and driveway. So $500 is my recommendation.
Motion for 500.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Appreciate it.
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
Don't leave. Next case,
Calling page 246. The address is 5201 Biscayne Boulevard, case number 000-35886, page 246, code check agenda. This one is at 73 days.
73
Yes.
T40. Good evening. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is David Smith. I live at 100 Bayview Drive, Sunny Isles, 33160. And I'm here to represent my mother, who's a out-of-town owner. And we had a bunch of issues. I'm not going to start making excuses, but long story short, I moved to Miami a few months ago, and we were trying to deal with it through a contractor, delaying us. Oh yeah, we're going to go. And then long story short, when I moved to Miami from California, I made it my full-time job, handled everything. Ebony was amazing, the co-compliance officer, and I'm humbly requesting if we can make it 0.
Okay, but this is, the address is 5201 Biscayne Boulevard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, the amount of the fine, the lien is 18,250.
And it's 35%.
Right.
Correct.
That's the most we can do.
Right.
So we can reduce
That would be
it.
6,387.50.
That's the most we can reduce it to.
Right.
Sorry,
So the
what's the
most-
lowest amount?
Yep, that's the lowest amount.
6,000.
Because it's not a. it's not-
6,387 with 50 cents.
Yeah.
And that's by code.
Is
We
there
don't
any
have
way
an
to make
option.
it lower, like 5?
No, that's the
We
code.
can't.
That's the code.
Well,
Our
they won't
hands
let
are
us.
tied on that one.
Okay.
You're not single-family residential.
The question is, can you pay that within 21 days? Is the question.
I have to talk to my mom because she's been
20 days.
20 days,
20
I'm
days.
sorry.
Because
You
if
pay
not,
that
it goes back to the
It goes
full
back to the
amount.
full amount.
I mean, we'll have to make it.
Would you want to withdraw and come back?
But it's gonna keep increasing.
No. We'll figure it out.
All right, so
Okay.
6,000.
So I have a motion for 6387.50.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Don't leave. You have to wait for a document.
Okay.
Please, thank you. Next case.
Calling page, just a moment, okay. Calling page 264, address 423 Northeast 71st Street, case number 000-07011. Page 264, the amount of days is 150, 150.
150 days?
Yes,
This is T4.
and it's page 264.
And this is a
150 days. It's 50%.
multifamily.
50% of $75,000.
That's half of that. 37.5.
Can I say something?
Sure,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I didn't receive this violation. The property was under renovation in that date. It says that the property was vacant, abandoned, unsecure. It says that the failure to maintain a lot clean. I was under renovation in that time. I didn't even receive the notice. The place was under construction. It took me a long time because of revision and all kind of stuff.
You would have had to appeal within 30 days of the board
I
order.
didn't know. First of all, I will do that because I know that I have the right to appeal if I was getting the notice. I
Here's the
complied. I
notice.
had a lot of violation when I purchased this property. I complied with 40 years recertification, master permit, totally final. Everything has been compliant, and I have an
Notice was provided to the registered agent. Notice was mailed to the property owner. Notice was posted
Yeah,
on the
but
property, all three manners.
It was mailed to my lawyer office.
Yes.
I was not in the property every time.
So let me explain this to you. We have to follow procedure of Florida statutes. I'm going to show you in
How
a
a
few
property
seconds.
can be clean
Let me
under
finish.
construction.
Let me finish. Otherwise, we're not going to have a conversation.
Yeah.
We have to send a certified mail. And we, in addition to that, I'm going to show you, we posted on the property. If you're not here, you didn't get it, I'm sorry.
I get it, but even though, I mean, for not maintaining a property clean during construction, I mean, this is not on a regular basis. The grass is not cut, or there is garbage in the front of the building when the property is occupied.
This is not the time to make that argument, sir.
Well, I don't know. I was waiting 4 hours, so I have the right to talk 2 minutes.
You can,
I don't know. I think it's a little bit.
37,500 unless you want to make him pay more.
Do I have a motion?
Pay more.
wait, sir, do you want us to mitigate it down to
We
50%?
can. We
No,
can.
most we can do is 50%.
No, yeah, that's it, 37.5.
That's it. Well, I'm just asking, do you want us to do that? Because if not, you can withdraw.
I don't understand. What?
What he's saying is either you agree to pay the 37.5 or you can withdraw and pay the whole thing.
37,500.
Which is
Yes.
50%,
You
and
get-
that's what we have to fine you.
Our
If
hands
you
are tied.
say no, then you will be fined the whole 75,000.
70.
That's
so
the
now,
fine here.
So now the thing is $37,000.
We're giving you a discount.
Of
We
50
have, there's a law, and we have to follow this chart. This chart says you were 150 days, you get 50% off the full amount. Your full amount is 75,000. So we're only allowed to give you 50% discount, which is 37,500. So either you pay the 37,500 or you pay the 75. So he's asking you, because
Wow.
what has happened is that you have, this citation was 2 years ago. So you waited too long to argue that it was a construction, that it was dirty. So all that you're telling us.
I was waiting to comply with all the master
Madam
permit and
Chair.
the construction.
that-
That's what I was going to
that-
do.
I understand that.
I didn't know that I can mitigate before finishing the construction.
Sir. Unfortunately,
We
There's
can't
nothing
do
we
anything.
can do.
unfortunately, they are bound by that chart. So what they're offering you,
You want to
in a
reschedule?
nutshell, is the lowest possible that they can go, and what
Let's, you can reschedule
We can
if you want.
reschedule. Talk to your
And then,
commissioner.
you know,
Talk to the
And
director.
what? I mean,
Yeah, but
there's
if you
nothing we can do.
It's just going to get more.
No, if you reschedule, your
I
fine will
don't have
go
a
up.
choice.
If you reschedule, your fine goes higher.
Right.
I'm going to make a motion
have a
for
choice. What can I do?
37,500.
Second,
Well, can I say something? I know there's a first and a second,
I'll
and
second
there's
it.
really not a lot we can do. And he did comply within months. I mean, he complied within 7 months.
Then I think he needs to withdraw, and
I-
he needs to talk to his commissioner.
Just a question. I
7
really
months.
can mitigate before I finish to comply with the whole construction permit?
No, you could
I'm just
not
asking.
mitigate until you finish.
You can do is withdraw and speak to your commissioner and take it to the commission and have them decide what they're
Commission-
going to charge you.
Commission meeting is tomorrow.
No, but he won't be able to have it
No,
tomorrow.
I know, but I would withdraw and take it to my commissioner.
Take it to your commissioner.
Everything
And
you're
if they-
saying, listen, I know exactly what you're saying. You finish the work, you comply within what, 6 months?
7.
7 months. I agree, but we can't do anything
We
because
can't.
our hands are tied.
Withdraw your case now from here. Call your city commissioner's office and tell them what's happening to you. And then instead of here, you go in front of the commission.
The
And
entire
they
commission.
decide what you pay.
That's the
Who is
best.
the commissioner? How can I find the
Your
commissioner?
commissioner, you got to look at your address. I don't know who
Ah.
does,
I believe it's Commissioner King.
King?
King. She's
Ah,
the
she's
chairwoman.
in 7th
Because
Avenue.
you're in the Upper East Side. She's the
Okay.
chairwoman.
Melanie, the next one.
Okay, has he withdrawn?
He's
What
withdrawn.
I do?
Say you want to
need to
withdraw.
say-
I withdraw and then I go to her?
And then you go to her office. She's the
Call her
chairwoman of the
office
commission.
and
Call her
make-
office.
call her office, make an appointment, talk to her, and tell, or whoever in her office is, and tell them your situation.
Is everybody here for mitigation?
Calling page 17 in the city view agenda. The address is 750 Northwest 43rd Avenue, Unit 518. Case number CE 2020-019-902, page 17, city view agenda. This is 1,175 days old.
17.
Page 17, city view agenda. 1175 days old.
This is homestead. It's a condominium.
17.
Cristobal
This-
Rodriguez, 750 Northwest 43 Avenue,
homesteaded.
apartment 518.
What is the city recommending? This is homesteaded.
I'm gonna say motion for 0.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Sorry, for the clarity of record, what was the motion?
No se vaya.
Motion-
0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Que no se vaya. He needs to wait for the paper.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Next.
And Director, in this case here, he's upside down on.
And I understand. That's why I smiled.
Calling the next case.
I saw that
understand.
immediately.
This is an add-on case. This is, it says add-on, it's in the back of your agenda. The address is 5201 Northeast Fifth Avenue. The case number is CE 2019-001-448. This is an add-on in the City View agenda. Address 5201 Northeast Fifth Avenue.
Yes.
This is 878 days old.
What page is it again?
It's an add-on. It's listed on the
It's
bottom.
just
of
an
the-
add-on. They have a closing coming up. I